Oh, I wish I ate something before this, but I did not. God, I hope it doesn't get too hot in my room. Are we good? I think we're good. Okay. Just to be sure. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Hello, everybody. It's me, Naven, from Naven Gaming. How's everybody doing today? So we're currently waiting for the game to fully release. When I went to the actual store page, it said it still had about an hour, which is crazy. Yeah. So I guess we'll just be waiting on that for a bit. But otherwise, this probably gives me some time to maybe do a thumbnail or two. But otherwise, how's everybody doing today? Boy, oh boy. You know, there's a lot of things going on nowadays. It's crazy. So the Xbox showcase came and went, right? And one of the things that I saw that really reignited a particular interest in me because, Splinter Cell's on the background of my screen right now. I we saw the trailer for Mudane Two Hearts, and I thought to myself, holy shit, it's basically Splinter Cell. It's a Korean Splinter Cell, but with Division gameplay. And so it kind of ignited a special interest in me to kind of want to play around with that again. God, I miss Splinter Cell. They're supposed to be making a remake of Splinter Cell, the first game, the first Splinter Cell game. It was going to be a whole new game, basically a reboot from the sound of it. I have yet to see anything about that. Although, to be fair, I have yet to see anything of any note come out of Ubisoft. So I think that pretty much tracks. I think that's pretty appropriate. Ay, ay. After reviewing some of my footage, the weird sort of noises that I hear in my headset that sounds like fuzz don't actually make it through, which is kind of nice because I don't have to worry about it so much. There we go. But yeah, I'm getting into the habit of making thumbnails again because why not? Like it would probably be best if I started actually making thumbnails again, especially nowadays, since I'm kind of in the middle of focusing on streaming among other things. And then I also have some time to do some light editing here and there. I kind of want to resize the image, but it's not letting me resize the image. Man, when I logged on to fuck, what was it? My browser, I think it was Opera or something. I saw some sort of like article or something stating that there were mods for Stellar Blade demo already. They're modding the demo before the official release. That shit was crazy. I'm like, I don't think the game is going to pop off that much to where it's going to first pop off in the demo. But then I was, of course, shocked and awed when I realized that that is actually true. That is absolutely going to happen. And it did. Let's see. I can't resize it here either. If I remember correctly, thumb doesn't have a particular size limit, but I don't know. I don't usually edit all of the time. Okay. I would like to be able to see the chat. There we go. So yeah, that's kind of why we're just sitting here for a little bit. We're just waiting for the game to officially launch. And I might as well just take the time to just make a thumbnail for this. Get a little bit more oriented with thumbnail crafting, among other things. It shouldn't take too long. If it takes too long, I'll just move on to something else. I can always just do it later. If there's any way to adjust the Alright. Yeah, Mood Dane looked interesting. There were some other things, like there was a Clockwork Revolution game that looks kind of unique. I don't know if I talked about that one in the Hell Is Us demo, but not very many people watched it, so it doesn't sound like it really matters. But it does seem like a almost BioShock kind of game. Clockwork Revolution definitely feels like it's a steampunk BioShock game more than anything else, and something to keep in mind. I don't know who it's made by. I've only seen the trailer of it in passing. I was more so focused on what other types of games that were in the showcase than I was actually about some of the newer titles. They're also making a Persona 4 revival, which is unique. It's basically a remastered, it looks like just a straight up remastered Persona 4. Although with the only difference and caveat is that you can actually control the camera and you're not just stuck with a specific angle or direction like you were in the first two versions of that game. Otherwise, it's been pretty hot here. I ultimately was going to start at around, I was thinking I was thinking I was going to start at around maybe the usual schedule of 9 and then like just 9 o'clock, and then just kind of we work our way up to the Stellar Blade like release. But I realized that's not going to be until well within the stream's life cycle. Plus, it was fucking hot. It's gonna be fucking hot today. Thank God it's not California weather, because that's always the worst. But no, it's right now it's we've been having heat waves over here in the state of Oregon. So the current temperature right now is at least not too bad. At least it's not in the 90s like it was for the past few days. That was the more annoying part of it all, was that it was in the 90s. Okay. Sometimes I might also have to, at some point, just refresh this entire Steam browser to see if it'll actually do it. This game plans to unlock in approximately less than an hour. Yeah, can you give me an ETA? Is there an ETA? I know there's a countdown. There used to be a countdown for this stuff. I would like a countdown. They used to do that for new releases, just like, oh yeah, the game's gonna be releasing in a minute and 20 seconds. It was always great. They don't do that no more. Yeah, it probably won't be out until 3 o'clock. That's an oddly specific time too, by the way. Most games usually like to release like at midnight before, or they like to release around in the morning, like in the early wee hours of the morning. Not necessarily like this. This is a little weird. But it's Korea, I guess. Them Korean game studios don't operate the same way as most other Western studios, and that's honestly for the best. If we're gonna be perfectly honest, that is probably for the best. Yeah. I'll just go ahead and just drop this for now. I shall work on it a different day. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. So, since we're currently waiting for the game to release, and it doesn't give me an ETA on when it's going to come out, my next idea is that I'm going to. Why does it keep saying it's loading? My next idea, right, is that I'm going to go in here. We're going to go. Maybe not in there. What we're going to do is just we're going to close it. We're going to close Steam. Yes. There we go. And then we're just going to refresh Steam. And if that doesn't immediately do something, we'll just maybe watch a video or something in the meantime. And then I'll just keep an eye on it. And what I'm going to have to do, get rid of this. All right. 1 second. There we go. Okay. But yeah, there's been some interesting games that were announced recently. The one that really is strange is that, well, actually, no, it's not that strange. The one that confused me was the Black Ops trailer that came out. Magic the Gathering with Final Fantasy characters. Okay. Yeah, it's still not. It's not going to be for a while. But yeah, what I will say though is that I have played a little bit of Space Marines Mastercrafted Edition. I played it a little bit on my own time, mostly the multiplayer, right, with a friend of mine. And we play. I've currently went into the game just to get a minute's worth of all of that stuff done because I just wanted to. Because I know Epic Games is just like, oh yeah, we will use your Epic Games profile if you allow us. And I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to show anything too specific to my actual Epic Games account, despite the fact that I only had it just to use Unreal Engine back when I was trying to make a goddamn game. But yeah, that was pretty much the reason why I went in here real quick. Is when I investigated in my own time, when I jumped into it, playing the multiplayer with a few friends of mine. The thing did bring that up, and so I just wanted to go in here just to make sure I got rid of that particular tab, and just also kind of tweak with some of the settings a little bit. What I will say is that I played a little bit of the campaign. The volume between cutscene to gameplay is disgustingly awful. I don't know why that is. It's like they don't know how to mix the audio correctly between cutscene and gameplay. So you'll hear the loudest game volume possible, and then on the next you'll hear the quietest cutscene volume. It's crazy. It's the most annoying thing. Trying to get the thing to work is insane, but I haven't found really a smooth spot for that. It is a lot of trial and error, and hopefully it'll maybe with a few updates they'll make it get better or something, right? Something. But yeah. All right. Let's hop into this. Okay. Let's just go ahead and search up a video. I know that at one point someone asked me in my comment section to look up pancreas. So I think I'll definitely give him a look. Was it Every Factions Explained for Fantasy Warhammer? Which is interesting. What's this? Oh yeah, that was just that post that I made. Oh, somebody actually saw that? Nobody usually sees those. Somebody see my post? All right. Oh no, now I'm just into this. Now I'm just like stream sessioning myself. I am. That's crazy. All right, let's see here. There he is. Okay, and he has a video about fantasy factions. I did see it when I was looking at his account earlier. I could probably just type it in. Yeah, I'll just type it in. Why not? Fantasy. Every Warhammer Fantasy faction explained. It is. That's not too bad. We'll do that.
Controversial statement. I like when people get into Warhammer. It's always a joy to have more people to play with and interact with in the hobby space. It's a new chance for me to try and convert someone, anyone.
I noticed that when I was re-listening to my React videos too, by the way, that certainly the damn thing could be a lot louder. It was almost mute half the time, so I kind of want to fix that. Hopefully this will be loud enough, but we'll just go ahead and full screen that. I also went and got YouTube Premium, much to my own dismay, because I was thinking maybe if I got YouTube Premium right, I could actually use my old videos in my content library from my previous streams to essentially turn them to 1080, but I couldn't do that. So a lot of my old React videos with the thumbnails, they're stuck at 720, and I cannot fix that. At least as far as I'm aware, I cannot fix that. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get into that.
Into accepting that the Eldar are actually really cool and interesting, and please, just for 5 minutes, stop saying elf bad. But speaking of elves, every time there's a wave of people that first learn about Warhammer, there's always one thing in common with them. None of them realize there's more to Warhammer than Space Marines, Tyranids, and spikier Space Marines. There's a whole other pair of settings that also exist, and they just fly right under the radar half the time. And this sucks, because the best Warhammer setting is right there. Yeah, GW ended it, but then it came back, and if you don't want to, you don't even have to collect thousands of dollars of minis to play with this one. Kind of. Warhammer Fantasy has been around longer than even 40k. It's had its ups, it's had its downs, it got blown up for a little bit, but thanks to Total War, Vermintide, and the constant nagging of the community, you can once again play in the old world. With elves, dwarves, and humans as standard, but also some more out there races, such as magical frogs, rats, and Walmart shoppers. And not enough people know about them. Not nearly enough, and not nearly enough people learn that this setting is even a thing. So I'm gonna be doing my part today. Today I'm gonna learn you all about every faction in Warhammer Fantasy. Some of them had extensive army lists and plot relevance, some of them languished when unupdated army books for years on end, and some of them until recently were relegated to about 3 pages of background lore. Doesn't matter, we're doing it all. If you can conceivably consider it an actual faction, they'll be here. Think of it as a companion to this video. That one was me trying to overview the setting as a whole, and this one is about the groups of people in the setting. So let's dive into a world of fantasy, and see what all that nonsense about them having the Warhammer is all about. But you're about to start listening to me list off all kinds of factions, and do you know what you could be listening to me with? Raycon and their Everyday Earbuds, the sponsor of this video. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds are some of the finest available on the market, and they've got a new and improved version just to go that extra mile. Let's just get right into the features of these bad boys. Multi-point connectivity, so if you
I've never used them personally.
Music, you can with no problems. Active noise cancellation, because sometimes the outside world just needs to take a step back for a bit.
I know a lot of people in my family like Beats in particular,
better than ever before.
But Raycons I've never used, though I do hear a lot about these.
Nice purple in a Galaxy-themed case. It's got a nebula on it and everything. It's nice. You can get them in other options, though. There's plenty of colors to choose from. You know what's better than that? A 32-hour battery life that gets 90 minutes of battery per 10 minutes of charging. I forget to charge my headphones pretty often, and combined with my complete and utter lack of patience, that's usually a bad thing. But the Everyday Earbuds got my back. You can just charge them up for a little bit, and they're good to go. I use them when I'm painting or assembling minis. It's nice and relaxing, and the sound quality lets me tune out the world and get into the swing of things. This is good because, as you can see, I have a lot of minis to work on. But even with your own shopping needs, you can still enjoy the Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/pancreasnowork to get 15% off your Raycon purchase, plus free shipping. They're already half the price of other brands, and with my link, you can get them at an even better price. Spice up how you listen to music, podcasts, and more with Raycon's Everyday Earbuds. Now then, let's talk about where it all began.
You know, I would like a pair of earbuds that allow me to do talking and listening at the same time, that aren't just a bud in my ear.
The ones in 40K, which is why we're starting with them. They like to fight,
but that's a bit demanding, isn't it?
If you took an orc from 40K and put him in a greenskin tribe in fantasy, he probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Might wonder why no one has a decent shooter hanging around, but he'd be content with his life regardless. He might even be happier, because these orcs have characters like Grimgor instead of Ghazghkull. There are no thinking and tactics for Grimgor, only beating everything near him to death. The greenskins used to have some pretty different lore, being closer to D&D than anything else. They had half-orcs and they didn't reproduce with mushroom spores. Then as time went on, that was moved away from, and eventually we came to where we are now in the old world. That being that the orcs hopped a ride with the old ones' ships when they came to the Warhammer fantasy world. More on them later. From there, they naturally began spreading out across the entire world. The Old Ones and their servants did their best to get rid of the orcs, as they did all other races they weren't quite fond of, but you can't get rid of the orcs once they're on a planet. It's just not possible. So nowadays, if you wander around a given area long enough, chances are you'll find some greenskins kicking about, making things worse for whoever lives there. The orcs themselves are one of the biggest similarities between the two settings. The biggest guy is in charge of the tribe, and if you get a real big boss, he might be in charge of multiple tribes. And when you get a really big boss, you can get a whole proper WoW going. When this happens, you usually get a whole lot of dead humans and dwarfs. Painting something red still makes it go faster, painting it blue makes it luckier, and can block arrows from killing the blue-painted orc. And they still love looting. Not nearly as much as in 40K, but you can always find an orc in a tribe wearing dwarf plate armor or wielding a human greatsword.
It's nice to know that there's a lot of interesting similarities between the orcs from this world and also in 40K.
To shit in rather than just letting it drop where you stand, but aside from being a bit more magical, those orcs aren't really all that different. Where you get the biggest change, though, is with the goblins. See, in 40K, grots are an entire species of plot irrelevance to the orcs. You'll get one like Makari once in a blue moon who are allowed to be in the shadow of the spotlight of a far more famous orc, but the goblins in fantasy are an actual threat all by themselves. Sure, they're still cowardly and will refuse a stand-up fight unless they outnumber the enemy 40-1. Sure, they're still kicked around by the orcs and are used to do all the manual construction stuff. And sure, they're still slightly smarter than the orcs, so anything resembling any actual construction or research is done by them. But every now and then, not often, but every now and then, you get a goblin who's a cut above the rest. And when that happens, everyone's in trouble. The goblins are cunning little buggers. They know in a straight-up fight they're gonna lose, so they'll wait till the biggest orc around is sleeping and slit his throat. or poison his food, or convince him there's something shiny in a nearby cave filled with hungry trolls. And sometimes, if they're really insane, they'll overdose on literally magic mushrooms, and when they come back to reality, they've slaughtered every orc in charge in a manic frenzy. Now instead of a big green moron who just about knows which way is forward leading the army, you have someone like Skarsnik leading an orc army. A green little Sun Tzu who's gonna run circles around you and your entire military. Or you can get one that pretty much just lucks into the position, like Grom the Paunch, hallowed be his girth. Instead of being clever, he just got incredibly lucky and was forced to eat troll meat. Instead of exploding, which is normally what happens when you do that, he just kept growing alongside it. 3 things happened. 1, he got so incredibly fat he'd beat rival orcs by sitting on them. 2, he became a legend among goblins everywhere, the alpha male fantasy they all wish they could be. And 3, he nearly ended the world by sailing from the equivalent of the Middle East or Africa to the middle of the Atlantic and destabilizing the High Elves. If you like grots but wish they could, do anything important ever, maybe take a look at the goblins. Their history really isn't anything special though, mostly because they're greenskins and what you see is what you get. Usually, they beat each other up. Every now and again, one of them beats up enough orcs that he convinces them all to go beat someone else up instead. This continues until that war boss is killed, and then the orcs disband and go back to beating each other up again. Some evil dwarfs like to use them as slaves, and when they tried to make bigger, stronger, and smarter orcs to use as slaves, they immediately learned why that was a bad idea when the orcs revolted. If you like being mean and green, you'll like the orcs. And one crucial thing I nearly forgot.
I mean, I'd be very careful about
maybe the prophet of the orc gods
being
first, a hell of a dancer.
A bit of an asshole to a bunch of Neanderthals
really does different.
that could easily outnumber and outstrength you in every fashion.
Was ideal for creating the ultimate weapon to fight chaos. Of course, they still had to create it. So to do that, they started by moving the planet closer to the sun to warm it up, which pissed off a lot of things on it, like the dragons. Speaking of, there were a lot of races on the planet that
Why the dragons? I thought dragons like
the Old Ones' creations. So to help them with the legwork, as well as get rid of all those fellas, the Old Ones created the Lizardmen. They also created most of the other playable races in the setting, so unless otherwise stated, assume all these factions started out as the test tube babies of the Old Ones in one way or another. The Lizardmen were not this ultimate weapon against chaos, although they were still pretty good at fighting. You know how I said the orcs resisted extermination by the Old Ones? That was just them who managed it. Everyone else fell under a tide of angry lizards, dinosaurs, or angry lizards riding dinosaurs. With that small little bit of genociding out of the way, the Old Ones set about making the world fit their needs. The Lizardmen were their chief assistants, and to be the best secretaries they could possibly be, the Old Ones made them in several different flavors. All of them with a dash of Mesoamerican cultures thrown in, because if you have the option to have Aztec lizard riding dinosaurs, you have no good reason not to take
That's an interesting idea.
The Slann. The Slann are the best wizards in all the world. They may be big fat toad people, but the first generation ones were the ones who changed the entire planet's orbit, moving around where it needed to be in space. Moving down the generational line, they did get weaker, but that's highly relative. Second generation Slann could only cause entire mountain ranges to suddenly appear at the drop of a hat. These were the Lizardmen.
So does the warp exist in this universe as well, or is magic like just magic in this universe?
Stupid people might think that since the Lizardmen are a Bronze Age civilization at best, they're not much of a threat. Then an 8-foot-tall monster from the Cretaceous period clubs you to death with an obsidian axe, and you find out just how the Saurus were able to depopulate an entire planet. These were the generals of the Lizardmen armies. They were bred for war and only war. They're pretty straightforward, and all their characters have the same background of bred to kick ass, but this is Warhammer. That's a feature, not a bug, and they break it down.
Oh, that's right. Real quick, I do remember a friend of mine explaining to me once that there was a Kaldor Draco version of a fantasy character from Fantasy Warhammer, and it was just a really funny lizard guy. It was either a lizard guy or some type of other like bipedal reptilian type of species. Pretty sure it was a lizardman, but he basically went into the warp, and he basically one-man armied an entire like chaos factions worth of demons, and then just came back. I believe if I remember correctly, he actually fought a chaos god at one point and managed to succeed. I don't know. I would not quote me on that. I know nothing about Fantasy Warhammer, but I remember a friend of mine explaining a story similar to that to me, and I thought, damn, that sounds wild. Fantasy Warhammer sounds kind of fucking wild.
Down to its simplest possible form. Next are the skinks. They're little chibi gecko axolotl things that do to the day-to-day management of Lizardman society. You need a building planned out or to do basic diplomacy, you send the skinks. They're also skirmishers. When the trees start speaking great planese, it's the skinks doing it. They've even got their own god all to themselves, Sotek. It was a bit of a controversy when he came around at first, but the rest of the Lizardmen seemed content enough to let him be worshipped. Finally, we have the Kroxigors. They're alligator men. They build the buildings and gator death roll all over enemy armies. That's it, but that's all they need to do. When Chaos first came and the Old Ones fled, the Lizardmen had to figure out how to not only survive, but continue the Old Ones' work in their absence, which they kind of sort of have been pulling off a little bit. They held off the invasion at the cost of almost all the first Slann and most of their spawning pools, turning them into a very numerically disadvantaged race. Not that this stops them from still sometimes rampaging across the world, but they are largely held up in the jungles of Lustria nowadays, also known as South America, because Warhammer Fantasy is just Earth if someone with really shaky hands drew a map of it. They're isolationists, the Slann will spend centuries at a time meditating on the few plaques the old ones have left, and they really hate when tourists come to Lustria because it's usually to steal those plaques. They're all gold, you see, because gold doesn't tarnish or rust. Convenient for writing things down in a jungle, less convenient when all the Warmbloods come to steal the shiny stuff. If you sealism an army, you're either screwed because the Great Plan dictates your death, or screwed because you're somewhere they don't think you should be. Very simple faction, but again, that's a positive. Sometimes being dino-brained is the way to go.
It's interesting that they have dinosaurs in this world.
Imperium, but not as awful. These guys are the default protagonist faction. They're the strongest nation of men in the world, and that's no meaningless boast here, because there's actual competition they have in that department, unlike the Imperium. They formed about 2,500 years prior to the setting's modern day, when a pretty cool dude named Sigmar was born. Sigmar had a dream, uniting the scattered tribes of barbarians.
Oh yeah, and they recently released their new Age of Sigmar thing, expansion. I don't know.
He did this chiefly by beating up everyone who disagreed with him, but in fairness, most of them deserved it. If this sounds familiar, let me just remind you that this guy was here first. Plus, Sigmar realized that outright killing everyone just because they disagree with you is perhaps a bad idea that will lead to problems later down the line, so he settled for only beating them up. Sigmar didn't just beat up people, though. He also beat up a lot of orcs. Like, a whole lot of orcs. So many orcs that the dwarfs swore eternal...
I like how he's just like Conan the Barbarian, but then you look at every other knight or character in this setting, and they look like the character from Vermintide.
And you better believe I'll come back to the most
but I guess that just might be because that particular character is popular.
Years later, he just up and left. A little bit after that, he became a god, and the Empire soon worshipped Sigmar as the chief god of their pantheon. The Empire is pretty unique as far as fantasy factions go. Usually a fantasy setting will reach the medieval era, and then very explicitly never move past that for the next trillion years of its history. The Empire isn't like that. When Sigmar was doing his thing, it was barely the Iron Age. The dwarves giving them steel weapons every now and then was considered the height of technological advancement. Nowadays, 2,500 years later, the Empire has tanks. Good tanks? Yeah. Look, for a Renaissance age civilization, tanks are pretty damn impressive no matter how good they actually are. They have factories,
that's fair.
Mechanical horses, and countless other things that make you wonder if the book you're reading was put in the fantasy section by mistake. They also have wizards who scam people out of $50 for the thrill of it, politicians who constantly need to be wrangled by the one competent guy in the entire government, and enough floppy hats to arm the entire Holy Roman Empire with. They're still normal people, though. The three things that make the Empire great aren't genetically modified super soldiers, or lost technological secrets from a golden age, or even the direct intervention of their gods. It's faith, steel, and gunpowder. A whole lot.
Though I do hear that the one introduction with the Age of Sigmar expansion was that they basically brought like a version of Space Marines to the setting, which I think, according to many people, is kind of an annoying thing that they did. I don't know. I've heard only a few things about Fantasy Warhammer, and mostly from some of my friends of mine. So I have no clue as to most of the specifics, but they do have their own sort of like knightly order in the Age of Sigmar expansion that got introduced, which is kind of similar to the Space Marines. It's just, I guess they're more faith-focused. I have no idea. I think they're supposed to be like warrior paladins that are essentially like they were blessed by Sigmar or something. I have no idea.
Lot of each. Give a man a halberd, a cause to fight for, and his friends by his side, and it turns out you can push back even the most determined of evil murder Vikings time and time again. Most Warhammer Fantasy books follow the Imperial characters around, and you get a good feel for just how fleshed out this land is through them. You've got the Heartlands, sure, places like Altdorf where it's interconnected with the wider world, magic runs through the very city through its colleges of magic, and elves and dwarfs can be seen regularly. Then you have backwater shitholes like Ostermark, where the people are outnumbered by everything nearby that wants to kill them, and guns are still a scary black magic invention for a good half the population. Or Averland, whose most noticeable trait is that they hunt halflings for sport there. There's halflings in the Empire, by the way. They can vote on the next emperor because they baked a previous one a really good meal. They also had a civil war over pie. Don't be a halfling in Everland. You're gonna decorate someone's mantelpiece sooner or later. Of course, this is still Warhammer, fantasy or not.
Like,
sure, I said it's not as
pi,
awful as the Imperium.
like pi, the actual mathematical pi, or are we talking like pi?
Too ugly, because that's also a sign of chaos mutation. And it's still a Renaissance age civilization. For 90% of people, this means it's a medieval civilization, but you might see more pretty statues and paintings than your ancestors did. You're still probably gonna die of the water making you poop too much. They're bordered by the undead, beastmen are everywhere.
Dysentery.
City limits, and
dysentery.
People who have sex with horses for neighbors. The Empire is constantly in defense. From orcs, from chaos, from beastmen, which are a different kind of chaos, and really anyone else who's feeling a bit bored that day. But the average citizen of the Empire will do their part to keep the hordes at bay, and at the end of the day, they did this for 2,500 years until the authors decided reality itself had to go, which is a pretty good track record. They're a human, relatable nation, like if the Imperial Guard got to actually be the main characters of 40k instead of Space Marine 9001, model on sale now for $60. It's grounded, with people having normal struggles, but also fantastical, with wizards and monsters being everywhere. They do have one ultimate ace in the hole, though, the reigning emperor, Karl Franz. The best statesman in the old world, the guy who wields the Warhammer. You know the one, the actual real-life Warhammer logo. That's his, and he's very good at using it. He's the kind of politician who could convince you into giving him everything you own and leave you thinking you got the better deal, but also the kind of person who wouldn't do that to you. He's got everyone's interest at heart, and overall, this guy's the best emperor in Warhammer. Not Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer in general. Kiss my ass, corpse worshippers. This one can walk, talk, and beat you to death in the name of the Empire. If you like relatable folk with a touch of the fantastic, Sigmar and his people have.
I mean, I'm not going to dispute it. I think anyone could be better than the great daddy god emperor from 40k.
For one reason or another. Let's talk about the one that I like first. Kislev is all of Eastern Europe thrown into a pot and mixed to boiling until it coagulated into one Slavic specialty stew. They live in a frozen hellhole, which is also their country's greatest defense. They wear thick fur pelts. They have winged hussars. They also squat in the middle of a battlefield, because such is the natural
Oh my god, they're Slavs.
And vodka. Even the dwarfs and their genetically alcoholism.
It's becoming more apt as time goes.
Kislev's job in the setting is to face tank chaos invasions before they get to the Empire of Man, which they do pretty well. Half their cities are torn down in the process, but they're a hardy bunch. They walk into the winter snow, and when everyone occupying their land freezes to death, come back in and rebuild. Their religion is different from the Empire's, and they view them as weak southerners, but the two nations are still staunch allies. Mostly because when the forces of actual hell are your neighbors, anyone else is going to be a good friend. They're led by the Tsar or Tsarina of Kislev, because GW was worried you wouldn't understand which region this place is based off of. Many times, and indeed the last one before the world blew up, this was an ice witch, a handy person to have running your country when a raging blizzard is considered a mild day. You still can't play as Kislev in the old world, thank you GW for that extreme blue balling, but they had some pretty heavy redesigns and a lot of the marketing for the old world did at one point feature Kislev. Here's hoping GW realizes that winged hussars riding bears is
Are the Kislevs the Harley Quinns of this universe? I feel bad.
I don't know why anyone would ever need to be told that. Blat.
I feel like they're sleeping on the Harley Quinns.
With horses. When Sigmar was uniting everyone, they refused to join him, because obviously they were too good to join him. Did they have some super special magical secret, or a technology that could let them surpass the fledgling empire, or some other ace in the hole? No, but they copied the elves' homework and our French, so they decided they were too good to shack up with a future god. And
do they lose often too?
All the cool advancements the empire was making, how it was a dynamic nation in a genre that usually gets to the medieval era and then freezes like it's going into cryo-sleep, and said no, we will not be doing that. We will be staying as medieval land. It is mandated by the government that technology will not advance, that society will never have any major upheavals, and that everything is just perfect the way it is. It's like that old decree the
So they want to fade.
Were a blasphemous weapon taken to be an entire society's philosophy.
Oh my god.
Estonia is all about knights. Baby knights proving themselves, magical knights defending the realm and saving damsels, knights leading the country to further the goals and interests of the rest of the knights. Imagine King Arthur. That's it. Just
they really are a proud country.
The in-universe justification is that they saw high elf cavalry and just ran with the concept. Out of universe, it's just King Arthur and every medieval stereotype thrown together. You could, admittedly, say the same thing about the Empire.
Oh god, what was that game that was announced that's basically like a darker King Arthur game? but only you come back as Lancelot, and your goal is to slay the now like Lich level dead King Arthur. I don't remember now.
Lady of the Lake, also known as the elf goddess of magic, chooses some super special knights to become Grail Knights. They sip from her chalice of bathwater, and when the now Grail Knight emerges, they're like supercharged D&D paladins. Bullets are an inconvenience, their armor is magically toughened, and their mounts never tire. So until the Empire invents the Gatling gun,
they're the paladins of the setting.
In older lore, they were tolerable, but in modern lore, someone must have felt they weren't angsty enough and made them nice and extra oppressive. The peasants are honored if the noble allows them to have 3 pennies a week instead of 2. Ladies who
Pegasus Knights.
Our property because medieval times, and social mobility is a punchline. I hope you like medieval medicine. The Empire's medicine already isn't that great. Bretonnian medicine is the kind of thing that has a 300% fatality rate. And horses. Everyone has a horse. Even the lowliest peasants have a horse that more often than not eats and lives better than they do. I like horses, but I don't like them that much. If you've ever been to medieval times and made that your entire personality, Bretonnia is a good faction for you. Because God is real and hates me, they're also one of the starting
I mean, if Poseidon existed in this world,
into Warhammer Fantasy nowadays,
they certainly, he'd probably be very fond of these people.
In all honesty, pick them if you like them. It is on some level cool, because for as much shit as I was giving them for being generic and bland knights, knights are cool. There's a reason every 5-year-old wants to be a knight and not a Landsknecht. I mean, for God's sakes, just trying to say that word is difficult. The other army GW has refused to put onto the tabletop, despite already having a direct hand in reworking them for Total War. Did you know there's a fully fleshed out Cathayan army book for GW developed? You can't have it, because funds not allowed. This is a shame, because Cathay is awesome. Dragons are also awesome. Cathay agrees, because they're ruled by immortal dragons, who the Cathayans follow at every whim. Fantasy China is a magical place, and one of the few places on the entire planet that might not be a terrible one to live in. Every now and again, it does what actual China used to do, and implodes, and sure, those ruling dragons get along like all siblings do, i.e. barely at all, but in day-to-day life, not a bad place. And it always comes back together after imploding.
Are they Mongolian stereotypes?
Dragon come back to kick everyone's heads in until they start behaving again. It is, like I said, just fantasy medieval China. But that is a compliment. You know those terracotta soldiers? What if they were animated by magic and also 100 feet tall? Are you a 40k fan? Imagine if the Primarchs
that looks pretty cool.
And failures almost to a man, because that's Cathay. Again, for reasons I will never understand.
I like the Rocky Mountains with floating pillars. It's kind of neat.
Silk Road was prosperous in real life, and it's prosperous in Warhammer. So if/when they finally come out, prepare to show the world why China was for a good 1,000 years the most prosperous country on the planet. It's even better here, because this Great Wall has magical dragon ladies guarding it. Oh, Cathay is also near the countries of Nippon, Ind, and Koresh. Nippon is Japan, Ind is India, and Koresh is Southeast Asia. I'm not giving them their own spots because no one cares about them, and I can't bring myself to either. That's it for the non-chaotic living humans, but that doesn't mean we're done talking about humans.
Damn, get fucked, I guess.
Don't have a heartbeat. Or skin.
Vampire counts?
Guys when chaos has taken a break. Imagine Dracula, if you will. Now imagine Dracula if he had a 100,000 strong army of zombies, skeletons, lesser vampires, and pretty much anything else that you could find at a Spirit Halloween. The total history of the vampires
have their own faction?
Years, but for the purposes of this video, we're only going to go back a few hundred. We go to a fella named Vlad von Karstein, because if you haven't caught on yet, this setting is allergic to subtlety. He showed up to the very on-the-nose Empire province of Sylvania, which was a horrible place to live. It was covered in swamps, the people were dumb and afraid of scary monsters, and because this setting is what it is, they weren't even wrong to be so. When a peasant in real life says the witch made their family ill with the plague, it's baseless superstition. When a peasant in Warhammer says that, there's a good chance they're right. When a Sylvanian peasant says that, they are right. Vlad shows up to this province, marries the daughter of the ruling noble to become its next ruler, and despite being a blood-sucking vampire, this place sucked so hard it was a marked improvement. Even better, he and his wife Isabella actually loved each other. They had vampire kids like Conrad von Karstein, who is insane and liked to twist the heads off of peasants, and Manfred von Karstein, who is the worst. Of course, this wouldn't be
this vampire faction actually looks pretty fucking dope, though, I gotta admit. I miss brutal vampires.
The Emperor. He could live forever and usher in an eternal age of prosperity, mostly for vampires, but for some of the people too, so he tried to become the Emperor. At gunpoint. Zombie point more like, but 100,000 zombies is a lot more effective than most Renaissance age guns were. He failed, but the damage was done. Him, his wife, and their children spread vampirism across the empire. Now Sylvania is barely even considered a part of it, and everyone does their best to ignore it. This is probably a bad move, because every few decades some vampire likes to try their hand at raising a massive undead army to take over the Empire with. They all fail, but they're very murderous. Them failing means the Empire's population only drops by 20% instead of 100%. Just watch the first episode of Castlevania if you somehow haven't, for what it's like when the Midnight Aristocracy goes to war. There's a lot of vampires to choose from though, to get your specific undead needs satisfied. The Von Karsteins are the classic vampires, who want to suck your blood and rule over the night. The Lamians are a vampire KGB, with spy networks in pretty much every place on the planet. Except Lustria, probably. The lizards don't take kindly to that sort of thing. The Strigoi are what happens if your average Florida resident became a vampire, the Necromancy are the wizards, and the Blood Dragons are a heavy metal album cover. If you thought it was kick-ass when Dracula sent the forces of hell to wreak havoc on the living, you'll love the vampire counts. But I did mention that some of the undead don't have skin, and vampires usually have that at least. For those fellas, we need to go further south.
Damn.
Ancient Egypt.
Tomb Kings? Oh.
Ancient Egypt. You now understand the basics of the Tomb Kings. Once upon a time, thousands of years in the past, the lands of Nehekhara were prosperous. They had regular contact with their gods, magical constructs to defend themselves with, and when they had a good king like Setra, they would sometimes go on to conquer half the world. Then a fella named Nagash was born. He's awful. This man was a monster through and through. He's really smart, though. Smart enough to capture dark elves and force them to teach him dark magic, which usually humans can't do. Smart enough to invent necromancy with what he learned. Smart enough to overthrow his brother, the king, and take over most of the land with his undead forces. And he's also quite powerful with his magic. He was eventually overthrown and cast into the desert where he died, but he invented necromancy. Death is a suggestion for him. Such is his power. When he inevitably came back, he discovered someone had stolen his research notes and used them to make vampires. He made those vampires his generals, and no, they didn't have a choice in the matter, and then decided ruling just Nehekhara with undead wasn't enough. So he formed a plan to kill everyone in the region at once, resurrect every corpse on the planet, and take over the world with his World War Z undead army. Part 1 of the plan went off without a hitch. It was only through the intervention of the Skaven, who I promise you will love, and the last living dude in the region, which kept most of Part 2 from happening. Then everyone in Nehekhara promptly stood back up, realized their hearts were no longer beating but they were still standing, and things got messy. Imagine Game of Thrones before it became horrible, with all the political fighting over who gets to be king. Now imagine Game of Thrones if every single person who was ever the rightful king was now alive at the same time fighting over what was their throne. Not they believed it to be their throne, or they wanted it to be their throne, it was the throne they sat on once upon a time. And also they can respawn. And also, most common people were mindless undead skeletons who had the flesh flayed from their bones with the desert winds and could only follow basic orders, like kill that guy who thinks he's the real king. This does not a stable nation make. Luckily, the priest woke up that Setra guy, who cockslapped everyone until they started behaving again. Now the Tomb Kings no longer have skin, have no clear path to achieve immortal bodies to feel with again that they so crave, and no longer have the backing of their very gods. Fortunately for them, death is more of a suggestion. They can still use magic, even if not quite as good as it was when the gods were helping, and they now have eternity to do whatever they want, as long as it doesn't involve some sort of physical sensation. Sometimes they still fight amongst each other, sometimes they spend their newfound immortality pursuing whatever hobbies they want, and sometimes they sail all the way from Egypt to Sweden and burn half of it to the ground because someone stole their hat. And on the rarest of occasions, a tomb queen will tell a strapping young lad that if they still had functional genitals, she'd fuck him so hard the experience would kill him. They're very fun. They're true neutral to the core. Some of them want conquest, some of them just want to find new hobbies, some hate the living out of jealousy, some don't care either way as long as they serve, and some go out of their way to find human members to recruit for their court because it reminds them of what they've lost. If you can think of a motivation, there's a Tomb King that has it. It's a very simple thing to know if the Tomb Kings are for you or not. Do you like the Mummy? Do you like ancient Egypt? Have you ever wondered what it'd be like if the Sphinx came to life and started crushing people like Godzilla? Tomb Kings are perfect for you then. And hey, look at that.
That's
There's
neat.
the other starter faction for the old world. Now you can get into fantasy proper without people like me dismissively calling you a horse molester. So now we can leave this region of the world and indeed humanity, and I have forgotten 4 human nations that deserve at least a little bit of credit. Shit. Tylea is Italy during medieval/Renaissance times, so it's thousands of city-states smushed into one country. It's right next to the Skaven capital. There are worse places to live. Estalia is Spain without the colonial empire. Both of these places say they're the first civilized nation in the Old World, which the Empire disputes. The Border Princes are the land of whatever the hell you want it to be. It is an excuse to make your own homebrew army, and they fight orcs more than anything. Most of the people there are either fleeing from the Empire,
so you can still do homebrew armies in here.
Attempt to make it big, and petty nobles. Araby is exactly what you think it is. Turn Aladdin into a war game faction, but only a background faction. And if you think that's me being dismissive of it, do please read about Sultan Jafar's military campaign against the Old World. It's actually got advanced medicine, science, and magical practices and theories, but I can guarantee the only thing you're going to remember about this place is Sultan Jafar. We're going to start by clumping all the elves together, because their backstories are all very interconnected. Don't worry, they'll each get their own time to shine. Once upon a time, there were just elves. The first species created by the Old Ones to fight chaos, they were made to be elves. Arrogant, long-lived, and short of the Slann, they're the best wizards around. Then chaos descended, the Old Ones pissed off, and the elves had no idea what the hell to do. Eventually, a cool elf named Kalidor made a magical vortex, the chief cool elf, Anarion, grabbed a cursed sword that killed a whole lot of demons, and then everything cooled down a bit. Anarion disappeared, but they elected a new king, so all was okay. His children with his first wife even showed back up to be a bloodline of legendary heroes, though they're also cursed because of that sword. Then Anarion's second wife told their son Malekith that he should be king, convinced him with her boobs because family trees can be shaped like Christmas wreaths if you don't mind being a freak, and a civil war broke out. Malekith walked into a sacred fire to prove his worth, whereupon their chief god lit him on fire. Him and his mother kept trying to take over the home continent of Ulthuan. They nearly unmade it when they realized they couldn't, and then the newly formed Dark Elves were forced off of it to go live in Canada. The High Elves, those who stayed behind, once again got to rebuild the shattered remnants of their home. At least they still had their firm friendship with the dwarfs, that's a good thing. Oh, wait, that got ruined too. But don't feel too bad, the High Elf King ruined that one for them himself by being the worst. That one wasn't an unfortunate tragedy, it was a self-imposed unfortunate tragedy. The dwarfs and the High Elves fought fantasy World War I, and it was pretty miserable for everyone involved. Picking a victor is sort of meaningless because both groups were pretty thoroughly wrecked by the event, and the High Elves had to return home when the Dark Elves began the first of many invasion attempts to retake Ulthuan. Some High Elves didn't go home and sheltered in a magical forest called Athel Loren instead. Now we have our third group of elves, the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves are the easiest of the subgroups to explain. They sit in their magical forest and are insane. Sometimes people walk into the magical forest. It's safe to assume that unless stated otherwise, they do not come back out of the magical forest. Sometimes even if you come out of the magical forest, you find that 1,000 years have passed since you entered, and every single one of those years catches up with you as you age to dust within minutes. Aside from that, though, your first instinct might be that these are stupid, uninspired, lame D&D Wood Elves who love nature and harmony and trees. And in fairness, they do love all those things. It's just that these trees are 50 feet tall, mobile, have a craving for the suffering of mankind, and the Wood Elves will invite peasants to feasts to fatten them up for the forest spirits. They don't give a rat's ass about the outside world aside from how it might affect their perfect little lives inside the forest. There are a few scattered enclaves of them across the world that are a bit friendlier, but the general motivation of the Wood Elves is getting other people to get the hell off of their lawn. And when the lawn can come to life and devour you alive, it's a pretty easy task to do that. They also gaslight the Bretonnians into thinking they're goddesses in an elf one, although as it turns out later on, the extent of the elven gaslighting goes even further beyond their understanding. They're led by the avatars of two of the elf gods, naturally the ones that are focused on nature, because Wood Elf. The king likes to rampage across Bretonnia every now and again for funsies, and the queen sometimes says don't do that, sometimes doesn't care, and sometimes encourages it when she's in a feisty mood. They're not my thing, truth be told, but I can respect the idea.
I don't think I've ever seen Wood Elves in fiction to ever be anything but.
Whenever you get a text message or a Discord DM, these guys might be for you. The High Elves are the ones that stayed on Ulthuan and remained much the same throughout. And like I said, the Old Ones sure as hell made them to be elves. Long-lived, magical, arrogant, and because they live for thousands of years, they're real good at what they do. Some of their swordsmen have been practicing for so long that they take into account the weight of their eyelashes when they swing. You're not beating that. And sure enough, the history of the High Elves is the history of them sailing out from their homeland to go stop most of the problems the world faces. They taught humanity how to use magic properly, they keep excess magic from saturating the world, and they have a habit of showing up just as they're needed to stop things from getting completely out of hand. There's a High Elf who destroyed orc warbands that have been rampaging since the dawn of time and was so good at it that he gave the entire elven race a reputation amongst the greenskins for being good fighters. All of this because a fat goblin burned down his house. And of course, Teclis, my beloved. Is there a 10,000 strong army of orcs, dark elves, or worse bearing down on you? Well, with a wave of his staff and a flick of his wrist, there is now a new crater. He's a real cool guy like that, and he's not even that arrogant. The flip side to balance this glazing session I've just done is that they do actually have weaknesses to go along with all that. They reproduce slowly, and in a wargame setting, that's the mark of death. Every death in battle is a hindrance, although at least compared to 40k, they aren't outright dying. They're on the watch list for being endangered rather than being endangered outright. And magic being so innate to them means that when something with it goes wrong, they feel it and are affected by it more acutely than most. Like when their magical queen is sad. Their entire homeland's climate is tied to her emotions, and like any living being that isn't a psychopath, she is sad when a great amount of her people die. So when Malekith decides today is as good a day as any to get 1 million people killed trying to retake his homeland again, it really sucks to live in the same country as her. They're also physically frail, which isn't the biggest weakness in the world, but you'll definitely notice it when an orc is bearing down on them. They've also got a bit of a species-wide depression thing going on too. When you live functionally forever, you get a long time to get a real feel for what the world is like. And as it turns out, this world kinda sucks. They just don't have time to recuperate from any of their constant losses. The world is in danger, the High Elves sail out to fix the issue, and then the world is immediately in danger again. Add on to that some more standard Elven weaknesses, like
that's
their
fair.
old age, meaning they don't always adapt to new things well, and you've got a race that has a bit of a deadline attached to it. Mankind is inventing guns, tanks, and more, and the Elves think the bow and arrow remains the height of warfare. To their credit, though, they're damn good with that bow and arrow, especially when it's a magical lightsaber bow and arrow. And dragons.
Magical lightsaber bow and arrow.
Every dragon that isn't from Cathay. Dragons are scary in a fight, and let's be honest with ourselves. If a dragon declared your hometown to be the best thing ever and made sure to always visit and help out when it was in trouble, you'd have an ego the size of Mount Everest too. Overall, if you like elves, you'll like these guys. Even if you don't like elves or only associate Warhammer's elves with the Eldar, the High Elves' ability to actually put their money where their mouth is might win you over. And if nothing else, there's an elf character named Aletha Nar who skins Dark Elves alive because he just hates them that much, and is overall Michael Myers if he had pointy ears and special forces training. Hard to get more unelven than that guy. Speaking of ego, though, take the stereotypical elven arrogance, or if you're not a big fan of the race, elven racism.
I feel like there's a reason for that, though.
Point of the concept, so that they don't only think they're the best, they think of all other races as vermin that should either serve them as slaves, be hunted for sport, or outright eradicated. Welcome to Naggaroth, friends. It only goes downhill from there. Warhammer North America sucks. It's home to the Dark Elves
North America,
and the entire thing is either a frozen hellhole, a desert hellhole, or a frozen hellhole bordering actual hell. There's something called the Altar of Ultimate Darkness inside of this place. Do you think anyone that lives here is gonna be nice? Sure enough, the Dark Elves
Probably
aren't
not.
nice. There used to be some human tribes that lived in Naggaroth, and then the Dark Elves killed or enslaved them all. They have cities built into mountains they use as ships to raid and enslave others, they kidnapped High Elf children to raise as Dark Elves, and the entire society looks like what would happen if every single Decepticon was Starscream. Murder and treachery are only illegal if you get caught, and if you're powerful enough, not even then. They're led by Malekith and his mother Morathi, the same two elves who formed the Dark Elves 10,000 years prior. Morathi is kind of just always awful, but sometimes if you squint real hard, Malekith can almost sort of a little bit resemble a noble elf hero he once was. Then he does things like instituting the elven god of murder as the head of the Dark Elf pantheon, uses demons as auxiliaries when he invades Ulthuan, and starts the Warhammer Fantasy Triangle slave trade. In spite of failing to retake Ulthuan every time he tries, he's a damn powerful wizard and warrior both. He's just Darth Vader, actually. He's even got the suit of armor.
He's just an elven overlord, basically.
Burned. And who can forget his mommy issues? Although I don't think Anakin ever piped his mother, so a little bit different there.
Oof.
There is no the Dark Elves don't aspire to. Acting nice gets you killed because it clearly means you're weak. Admitting you're a bit tired or injured gets you killed because if you were strong, you wouldn't be injured, so clearly you're weak and someone else more fitting should take your spot. They don't have as many dragon allies, and the ones they do are corrupted by dark magic, so they just grab whatever monstrosity they can find in the Midwest and put it in chains until it's time for battle. Much like their cousins in space, if you find you're about to be captured by them, it's probably best to just off yourself. They may not have quite as exotic measures of torturing you, but they make up for it with a real go-getter attitude in the field of human rights violations. There's a holiday called Blood Night. The cult of the god of murder.
I mean, I don't think there's a Geneva Convention in this universe, and even if there was, it'd be like ours. It's just a suggestion.
Blood. If they survive, they get trained as an assassin. I don't think a concrete statistic has ever been given, but you can assume that not many people survive this. If you like being edgy, either ironically or because you think suffering is inherently deep, you'll like the Druchii. I can already feel the viewer retention going down, though, from how long I've been talking about elves, so how about we move to their polar opposites? Elves are posh, regal, and always at least a little bit uptight. Dwarfs are brash, to the point, and consider sobriety a sin. While the Elves of Warhammer have a few things that make them stand out a bit from the standard elf template, the Dwarfs of Warhammer could fit in just about any setting with minimal issue. They like drinking, they like mining, they hate orcs, and getting them to complement non-dwarf craftsmanship is like pulling teeth from an orc. They hate magic both because it's weird elf nonsense, and because when the old ones made the dwarves, they made them so opposed to magic their mere presence makes it not work properly. They love mining and mountains because that's just what dwarfs love. They do have 3 things that make them stand out, though. First is that it's pronounced dwarfs, not dwarves. Second is that these dwarfs are industrious little fellas. They've discovered oil and how to use it, and with it make helicopters, trains, and more. While humanity has galleons with cannons and the elves have either magical dragon ships or city-sized slave ships, the dwarfs have ironclads, submarines, and aircraft carriers. They hate using them because no proper dwarf would ever be happy with anything but solid earth under their feet, but they have them. They're slow to change to the point that anything less than 500 years old gets you complained at if you suggest using it, but at least some of them understand that the 20-barreled artillery piece is nice to have even if their ancestors might not approve. The second is that these dwarfs are the embodiment of the word spite. They're bitter that the other races won't just conform to proper dwarf ways. They hate orcs and goblins for ruining their once great cities. They hate the elves for that war they got into thousands of years ago. A war that ultimately started, mind you, because the dwarf diplomat forcibly had his beard shaved. There were some other factors leading up to it, but that was the final straw. The average dwarf doesn't know about the lizardmen much, but
1 second. We'll just go ahead and quick look at that, because it looks like it's almost ready. Or, it is ready, but I don't know. Oh, it's gotta install something anyways, it looks like. Nice to know. Alrighty. It's probably got a patch to work with, so until then, that's gonna be the situation. Alright.
But they'd certainly hate them too if they knew the Slann were involved in shifting some mountain ranges around that destroyed a whole lot of dwarf holds. Have you ever wronged a dwarf? Into the book you go. The Great Book of Grudges, that is. Every single thing that is
I've heard about this.
The dwarf race is put down in there. Most dwarf holds have their own personal ones for slight against them in particular. Some dwarfs have their own personal book. Even if they don't, they have photographic memory. If you've wronged them, they'll remember.
Oh.
It doesn't even need to be on purpose. A human town once shorted the dwarfs 2 coins by accident in exchange for some construction work. The dwarfs sent an army and killed everyone in it. If this happens to you, and you try to seek some sort of retribution for this insane idea of compensation they seem to have, you're going back in the book for any harm you might cause doing it. They will spend centuries and entire military campaigns fighting wars to right grudges, and naturally anything that happens to them during these campaigns leads to more grudges, which leads to them trying to right those grudges, which causes more grudges. You know that saying about digging 2 holes when you set out for revenge? 2 holes is not nearly enough for the Dowie. And who could forget the Slayers? Let's say you're a dwarf, and you committed some seriously dishonorable action. Maybe your negligence led to other dwarfs getting killed. Maybe you fled at the height of a battle. Or maybe you just lost a bit too much money on a bet, or had your beard shaved against your will. In any of those cases, there's only one option available to you. Kill yourself. Take the Slayer oath and die in battle. There's no redeeming yourself in any way but death. There's funerals held for those who take the Slayer oath before they even leave to find something to kill them, because for all intents and purposes, they've died and the message just hasn't gone through to them yet. If you want some great books that explore Slayers, dwarfs, and the Warhammer world, read Gotrek and Felix. Read Gotrek and Felix anyway. Do it. Now. While the dwarfs certainly have their work cut out for them, they've got some good stuff that makes them cool regardless. They can't use magic like wizards, so instead they grab it by the balls and hit it with a hammer until it works perfectly how they want it to with their runes. The longer their beards are, the more respected they are, and there's even a military unit called Longbeards. If their beard can touch the floor, they get equipped with some of the best armor dwarf money can buy. They've got the finest weapons in the setting, the finest armor in the setting, and while they may be slow as
they really like their beards.
If they catch you, it's game over. If you like facial chair, hate change, and despise other people for being different, take a look at the dwarfs. Imagine dwarves without that
Chaos
silly
Dwarves.
grudge ideology.
And
You've committed
figures.
a wrong and have to make up for it, but you can right it without causing your own death. And what's more, you can properly use magic. Fireball and lightning and all those other lovely spells you can think of. Without the shackles of tradition or even their own biology holding them back, they can produce wonders of both magic and industry. Unfortunately, they replace stupid grudges with one of the most horrific slaver cultures around, and they forego tradition to worship actual demons and dark gods. And being able to use magic isn't necessarily a good thing, because it eventually turns them into stone statues. These are the Chaos Dwarfs, and they're horrifying in a way the more human followers of Chaos can only dream of being. Saying they take the best of the dwarfs is sort of overstated.
I can imagine.
Because the best of the dwarfs is their willingness to stand by both the letter and spirit of their word. They'll have your back no matter what. Plus, while their incredible stubbornness does hold them back from a lot of progress they can make and gets them into some stupid conflicts, it also means they're not only going to accomplish whatever they set out to do, but always stand by your side. If the dwarfs say they're going to help you, they're going to help you. And if a human, dwarf, and elf are all fighting together, the dwarf is going to be the last one to break. The Chaos Dwarves take these traits and have molded them in a way that is best suited to being an evil bastard. The craftsmanship of the dwarves makes weapons, yes, but also architectural wonders.
I mean, dwarves have always been pretty spiteful.
So good it can make a man weak.
They're also rebel rousers.
Make hell factories that are 2,000% efficient and make the most brutal weapons Chaos has to offer. They take the runic magic of the dwarfs and use it to bind demons into their weapons and armor. The demons aren't happy with this, but the Chaos Dwarfs are still dwarfs. They're so good at what they do that more often than not, the demons are powerless once the dwarfs get their hands on them. They aren't numerous, and they aren't even terribly expansionist, but when the Chaos Dwarfs do go to war, there's nothing that can truly equal it. The finest weapons and armor just like the dwarfs, only now bolstered with the power of Hellspawn. They even have the closest thing to a nice chaos god to worship, which gives them all sorts of benefits. Hashut. Sure, he's called the Father of Darkness and is the god of tyranny and is overall exactly as evil as you'd expect from that, but he doesn't screw the dwarfs over. They want power, he likes it when tyrants are in power, so in exchange for them using their dwarf talents to enslave others, he gives them power. The most commonly seen use of Chaos Dwarfs is as artillery crewmen for the Hell Cannon unit, as well as frequently selling Chaos Lord's weapons and armor. This is because of both their isolationist nature and because they don't really have an army. They do have legacy rules for the old world, and they have had an army, unlike Cathay, but their status as properly playable is a bit all over the place. Still though, if you don't mind legacy rules and finding either old minis or third-party ones to use, you can field the Chaos Dwarf army. So if you like the dwarfs but wish they were horrendous in every way possible, check out the Chaos Dwarfs. Just get used to people calling them chorfs. Not the most dignified nickname, that one. The ogres were the last race the old ones made before pissing off. They're resistant to chaos, tough unlike the elves, capable of changing things up quickly unlike the dwarfs, and are as ambitious and fluid as mankind. Unfortunately, the older ones couldn't quite get them to stop eating everything in sight, and never properly finished them before they left, or their homelands for that matter. When chaos invaded, the ogres were left unfinished in this state, and many became nomadic after they ate everything in whatever their first homeland was. They also ate the ancestors of the modern-day giants, who were a whole lot smarter, wiser, and powerful than the inbred alcoholic morons that giants are in Warhammer today. Things were made worse for them when they decided to migrate into Cathay, because the Dragon Emperor dropped a meteor on their homeland and blew it up. Now they had nowhere to return to, were still really hungry, and that meteor made a big hole called the Great Maw. It's a big hole in the ground with teeth, and the ogres throw food and people into it to get magical powers.
Why would the meteor cause this?
And drink its lava to get fire magic. Neither of the past two settings.
I really want to know, actually.
I love this setting. They're vaguely based on Mongolia, but I don't think Genghis Khan ever ate an entire city's population. Killed everyone in it, sure, but I don't think there was mass cannibalism. The ogres, though, do exactly that.
No, just killed and took the women.
Revolves around food. Their social hierarchy is in large part determined by how fat you are. They have a race of goblinoid slaves called Noblars they employ as equal parts pack mule, assistant chefs, and snacks. They go to war to eat other races' food and or the other races. One of the most common ways you'll see ogres around is as mercenaries, because while they are stupid, they're smart enough to realize being a mercenary means you can travel the world sampling all the food you can find, and you'll even get paid for the trouble. The gut is a sacred part of an ogre's body, to the point that oftentimes it's the only part of an ogre they keep protected with armor. That might sound stupid, but consider they're twice as tall, 4 times as wide, and 8 times as heavy as a normal person, and can reliably defeat demon invasions. The closest thing to an ogre's central government is Greece's Goldtooth tribe that sets up toll booths on the trading routes between Cathay and the Old World. Aside from that, though, they can be literally anywhere. They're happy to sell their services to all races, and sometimes they can even become corrupted by chaos. Being resistant to chaos, corruption, and immune to it are different things, especially if they willingly join for one reason or another. Sometimes they even embrace the cultures of the places they go willingly. An ogre isn't exactly gonna fit in an Imperial noble's
that's kind of neat.
But are you gonna tell the 9-foot-tall slab of muscle with a racial reputation for eating people that he's being a bit of a slob? No, you aren't. And if someone does, everyone at your fancy dinner party now has some rather gruesome entertainment, while your ogre guest has dessert. The Chaos Demons are pretty similar between Fantasy and 40k. They're all servants/bits of a greater god, sufficient concentrations of magic can allow them to show up, and when a wizard messes up their spell, they can manifest that way too. They want to tear down the mortal world and bring ruin to the realms of man, elf, and dwarf, all that good stuff you can expect of demons. The only real difference is how they came about. In 40k, all the Chaos Gods have birthdays. Slaanesh has the most concrete one, but the other ones at one point very much came into existence. Warped timey-wimey cop-out garbage means they've also always existed, but I don't care about that. In fantasy, they have always existed, though. They're just evil gods who exist to ruin stuff. It's how it works. Chaos came about when they broke through the portals on each of the planet's poles when the old ones overused them to ferry materials and magic to their burgeoning creations. Other than that, pretty much the same, if with a small bit more emphasis on their positive aspects. Only a small bit, though. Khorne still likes war, Nurgle still likes disease, Tzeentch still likes scheming, and Slaanesh still likes degeneracy. Same demon units, same greater demons, hell, most of the named demons are the same. Where they really shine and differentiate between settings isn't their followers. Let's get GW's least favorite child out of the way first. The Beastmen are a cross between beasts and men. Being born of chaos itself, the Dark Gods don't need to bribe them with gifts to ensure their worship. Unfortunately for them, this means the Beastmen rarely, if ever, get any gifts from the gods. They know they'll always have their worship, so they get the scraps the proper Chaos Warriors get. Given that one theory of how they came about is man and beast getting a bit too friendly with each other, I don't feel too bad for them. Don't let that fool you, though. While the nations of men consider them to be a nuisance for all but the most isolated towns, and the dwarves view them similarly, the Wood Elves know the true danger they represent. In the forest of the world, millions of them lurk, and when they go to war, entire swaths of the country are trampled underneath their hooves. They defile nature with their every step, and won't stop their savage crusade until the civilized peoples of the world exist in a constant state of being hunted by their bestial overlords. At least that's what we're told in between lore blurbs of them being butchered like the cattle they look like. For the love of God, at least the Eldar are powerful on the tabletop more often than not. The Beastmen usually suck on tabletop and in the lore. I'm trying to be a hype man for the factions here, but while I wasn't for Bretonnia because I hate them, I'm not for the Beastmen because I pity them. For what it's worth, though, they are incredibly dangerous to the average person in this setting. Villages at the frontier of almost every faction are regularly under assault by Beastmen raiders, and when they gather in force, they'll be wiped off the map at a moment's notice. And since they're all part animal,
there are way too many factions in this setting.
If you get in a fight with one while you're traveling, it's already game over. You can probably take that one on, but the 20 or so more beelining it in your direction because they heard a fight is a different story. The Beastmen are a savage race to the point that things like intact walls drive them to frothing rage, such as their hatred for civilization. All they do in their free time is get into brutal fights amongst each other, sometimes involving one challenging another for a position in the hierarchy, but usually just to assert dominance or for fun, hunt people, and drink. They do have some forms of worship for the Chaos Gods, and their shamans both help construct effigies and are actually revered by other beastmen as something above their common squabbling, but for the most part, they're every stereotype of barbarians squashed into one. Aside from those shamans, they have no desire to form their own culture, civilization, or cities. They just want to hunt like the beasts they are. The Beastmen may be a bit of an acquired taste, but for what it's worth, I don't think I've ever seen people address Beastmen players with anything but some measure of respect. While the Beasts of Chaos are no more, the OG Beastmen of Fantasy have returned to the
you mean they don't get called furries?
Of being the savage force of nature that just wants to ruin all
the Space Wolves are called that for far less.
Just don't expect to win all that often. Part of the respect Beastmen players get is for sticking with an army that Games Workshop seems to hold in utter contempt.
Yeah, that's probably
I'm incredibly biased,
fair.
But I do not care for the motivations of most of the Traitor Legions. They strike me as like listening to a story about me and my siblings not getting along when we were kids. Which I'm sure is at least partly intentional, but that's not the kind of motivation I want for why someone sold their soul to the forces of hell. At least not on a faction-wide level. By contrast, let's look at the Warriors of Chaos motivations for worshipping chaos. I'd say there's two blanket ones you can say. The reasonable one is that they live in the barren, icy lands of Norsca. Aside from the southernmost regions, permafrost covers the whole land. No crops can be grown, and few animals are around to hunt. Because of their proximity to the North Pole, where the realm of chaos intersects with reality,
they kind of have a reason to go raiding, don't they?
Not outright demonic. A lot of these people are also almost explicitly forsaken by Sigmar, as a lot of the ones who live there now are the descendants of the ones Sigmar forced out when he was forming the Empire. With all that in mind, I think it's at least understandable that these people would turn to the Chaos Gods for protection and worship. If the only option of worship is the guy who's all about plague, you might as well hope he's in a good mood and will keep the plague at bay in exchange for a few sacrificed Southerners. The other motivation, while less relatable, is also much more fun. Just wanting to be an evil, powerful overlord. Why do you worship the Dark Gods? Because they give you ultra-powerful cursed armor you can use to give them more sacrifices to gain more power with. Why do you slaughter in the name of the Blood God and all the others? Because it's fun. Who gives a damn about morality? That orphanage made the mistake of being in front of you, so it obviously had to go. If the Blood Dragons are a heavy metal album cover, the Warriors of Chaos are every heavy metal album cover combined into one. Kill for the Dark Gods at every possible moment.
As one could imagine.
Let loose your darkest desires onto the world, because you have the explicit backing of the powers that be to do so. The Norskins who live in the frozen north will make pilgrimages to the northern pole and realm of chaos to become true warriors of darkness. If they're unlucky or unworthy, they'll turn into chaos spawn or demon food. If they're lucky or worthy enough, they'll become mighty chaos lords. And if they're really lucky and get just the right amount of attention from their gods, they can become demon princes of chaos, immortal beings with the blessings of the gods themselves to pillage across the world in their name. Look at this dude. He has 4 weapons visible alone, and his armor looks like he
almost looks like Angron, but in black armor.
And had a demon turn it into something almost coherent to look at. If you want to play the bad guys who revel in being bad guys for the sake of it, the Warriors of Chaos have no equal. But believe it or not, these guys aren't the evilest faction. I love the Skaven. Take a rat, make it person-sized.
I haven't met a single person who hates the Skaven.
Everyone else combined by a factor
One of my friends loves playing the Skavens in this goddamn game.
And a desire to see everyone else brought low before them. With that, you have the Skaven, and they are truly glorious. Unlike the Chaos Gods, their god of the Horned Rat has absolutely no positives. His own little territory in the realm of chaos is the realm of ruin. It sucks, and in there is a greater demon of his for every single Skaven, all of whom also suck. With numbers and power like they have, there's only one reason the Skaven haven't already taken over the world. The thing their god and race embodies more than anything else is the word asshole. They hate the other races for sure. They're petty and spiteful enough that even though they don't have any uses for gold, they mine it solely because it inconveniences everyone else. But they hate each other only a fraction of a fraction less than they hate everyone else. They're also all power-hungry morons who are convinced that if they were in charge, they could lead Skavendom to victory. And of course, themselves to a life of luxury and power. So one will have a plan to defeat a dwarf army, and then all his underlings immediately begin sabotaging each other to look good for the commander, sabotaging the commander to take his place, and then sabotaging themselves because they're just stupid. They eat each other for food, the Skaven at the top bully the ones below them, and this lovely form of Reaganomics trickles all the way down to the common clan rat bullying Skaven slaves because the rat above him bullied him because the rat above him bullied him. Of course, none of this matters in terms of defeating them. For one, they're rat people. There's a reason the only human-inhabited place on Earth that doesn't have rats is Alberta.
And I thought the dwarves were spiteful.
Rats because they are. In the time it takes you to kill one, they've already given birth to another 1,000. In a chapter from a Skaven character's point of view, the commanding wizard of the Skaven army remarked it was impressive how they managed to pull off a victory despite only outnumbering the enemy 4-1. When a 4-1 ratio is what they consider to be a pretty even fight, you can rest easy, knowing there's a lot of rats under your feet. Or don't rest easy. I wouldn't. And of course their technology. It's the best in the world. They have nuclear weapons. They burrow under the ground and put them under people or places they don't like, which is everywhere and everyone. The only places the Skaven don't have some presence on is Ulthuan, the High Elf home, and Athel-Loren, the Wood Elf home. They can't get to Ulthuan because it's a floating island continent that doesn't touch the sea floor. There's no ground for them to dig up under through. They can't get to Athel-Loren, meanwhile, because the ground itself is alive and actively hates them for trespassing. They'll send thousands of their slaves and basic soldiers to death in order to slightly soften up the enemy defenses. As far as the Council of 13 that rules Skavendom is concerned, 1,000 slave rats in exchange for the enemy losing a couple rockets and cannonballs is a positive trade. This is before they start firing at you with magically powered Gatling guns, throwing poison gas at you, and lighting you on fire with magically powered flamethrowers. Every single one of those things has the potential to break and kill the operators because the magic rocks powering it are incredibly unstable, and it just doesn't matter to the Skaven. Other Skaven killed are other potential rivals killed, and everyone else they kill is one less obstacle to Skaven domination over the world. That magical substance they use to power their weapons is a rock called Warpstone, by the way, and the Skaven covet it above all else. They use it to power pretty much everything that isn't manually powered by treadmills of slave rats. Other uses for it include using it to boost their magical strength, boost their physical strength, as food, and as a cocaine equivalent. Everyone else that touches the stuff either mutates or dies on the spot, and for the Skaven it's nose candy. If they sound goofy, it's because they are, but consider what it's like on the other side of a Skaven invasion. You're walking down the street, things have been a bit rough with the goings-on in the town, but nothing that can't be explained by natural causes. Then all you hear is explosions, the sounds of the most horrifying mutated monstrosities ever conceived, and right as you turn the corner, all you see is dozens of beady red eyes staring at you with full intent to kill and eat you. And that's if you're lucky. On the other end of things, the Skaven are horrifying. There's a lot more about the Skaven I could say, but here's a quick and easy way to know if you like them. If you despise everything about everyone around you, know for a fact you should be in charge of everyone because you're clearly right, and altruism makes you want to curl up and die, you'll like the Skaven. Or alternatively, if you want to rock up to a fantasy setting with machine guns, magical artillery, and nuclear bombs, they're for you too. And I believe that is every major fantasy faction, and a lot of the minor ones. If you're new to fantasy, I hope this was a decently informative primer. If you aren't, I hope something in here was funny. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You are the Warhammer Fantasy to my Warhammer, the backbone of everything that has come before and since. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching and take care out there.
Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy seems interesting.
There's a whole faction of vampire pirates I didn't really talk about. For the overall lore, they're just not important, but one of them has the largest navy in the world. That's what Warhammer Fantasy considers forgettable. A pirate vampire with the largest navy in the world. Total War only for the most part, but hey, it's pretty cool to play in that.
What the fuck? That's actually kind of dope, though.
Hey, you. Finally awake.
Fuck you. But no, this actually... Warhammer Fantasy seems very interesting. I have only ever heard of Warhammer Fantasy through the stuff that my friends talk about, but otherwise, yeah, Warhammer Fantasy is pretty interesting. I probably will give this another watch in my own time, because I kind of been bouncing between this and Stellar Blade to see if it's ready yet. It's currently updating the last time I saw it. It's now updating. Okay, so we're good. We're ready to play, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Because I am ready for this. But, yeah, as far as Fantasy Warhammer is concerned, I definitely think that it's going to be very interesting to get into. I wouldn't mind getting into it. It seems like it's got a lot more factions, definitely. And they all have their own sort of unique slice that they bring to the setting. But what's even more interesting about them is that they all have different reasons for why they exist, all of them petty, and a lot of the time, it seems like they hate themselves as much as everybody else in the setting, which is kind of funny. That's just a little too funny. It makes you wonder how anything gets done in that setting. I thought 40k was bad, but Fantasy Warhammer seems like it's a fucking clusterfuck and a half. But yeah. Definitely will give that another look-see in my own time. But yeah, I think the one faction that stood out to me was, of course, the vampires. Vampire pirates seem interesting. And I like the idea, I like the vampires simply because you don't see vampires have their own armies, let alone their own nations. And when they do, they're easily one-off enemies that are then quickly forgotten about, which I kind of hate in most stories and settings. I like it when I want to see more done with vampires that isn't just what Netflix has done with Castlevania. So yeah, that's something I would not mind watching more lore videos about too, by the way. So I'm definitely going to be looking in on some of the more in-depth looks into Warhammer Fantasy at some points. But for now, anyways, let's just go ahead and get out of this, and let's finally do it. So let me change the title of the stream so that way it reflects this, because I know I've had at least 10 people come in here thinking that we were going to get Stellar Blade, only we were waiting for Stellar Blade to be fucking ready. Alright. Okay. What should I just rename it back to just Stellar Blade? I guess I'll just do that. Why not? All right. Alrighty, let's go ahead and just get into it. We've waited long enough for this. Get my controller plugged in. Ugh. Running install scripts. What is it doing? And it was sure taking its time, wasn't it? Alrighty. Yeah, I thought it would be ready by 2 o'clock as well, but I guess it wasn't. No matter. Yes, why not? Publisher shift up. Let's see, yes. Yes. I mean, I don't see why not. In the complete game. This is your first time playing the game. Well, it's not my first time, but it might be some people's. I'll just keep it. Do you want to transfer the save data from the demo? Sure, why not? Save a message pops up on left screen when auto-saving, compiling shaders. Alright. Finally getting into it. It do be taking its time. Compiling shaders before starting the game. This process might take up a few minutes, depending on your hardware specification. Oh, does anyone have a favorite faction when it comes to Warhammer Fantasy? As someone who's never actually been around or played around in the idea of Warhammer Fantasy or knows little to nothing about the setting, the only thing that really stuck out to me in the lore video was the stuff about the vampires. But I think that the dwarves are interestingly petty. It's kind of funny how petty that they are. But definitely the pettiest of the petty. God, that was the both it's either tied in place for either, what was it, the Dark Elves or the Skaven. And the Skaven seem like the pettiest of the petty. In fact, yeah, now that I think about it, they're definitely the pettier of the factions. Again, how does anything get done in Warhammer Fantasy? Like, how does anything function when there's this many different groups and interests that vie for their own complete dominance and power? It's truly insane. We're almost done here. Nice. You received the PC launch celebration outfit, Crimson Wings. Oh, nice. You received the nano suit. Consent to provide personal information. Steam ID, edition, purchase history, playtime. Retains and uses your personal information for 12 months from the date of receiving your personal. You may refuse to consent above. Yes, that's... I don't really like it when corporations take my shit, because it just means it gets passed around to other corporations, so no. No, I will not. Let's go ahead and just jump right... Sign into PlayStation? What? Can I connect my PlayStation ID to my Steam account? That's interesting. Could I do that? Anyways, we're moving on. The manual can be more useful than you think. And what you're saying is you're doing a cultured... Oh, hi. I didn't even notice someone super chatted. Well, not super chatted, but just chatted. Yes, I am doing a cultured playthrough. Alright. Ah, no. I see what you're saying. No, I'm not doing a cultured playthrough of that nature. No, it's more so just, playing the game. I was just thinking it was funny that the demo had a lot of people modding it, and I thought it was just funny to bring up. Because you better believe that this game is going to definitely ruffle the jimmies of some Twitter pugnace. It always does. These types of games. Alright, we're pretty much good here. Didn't we just do the boss fight? Why are we back here? Not available. No, it gives me the whole... Oh, God. God. I was not expecting that. That was random... jump scare there. Nice. The outfits are pretty nice. Very nice. Just nice. And I don't know if anything else needs to be said about them. I think my game is having a hard time running, because textures are seemingly having a hard time loading properly for the looks of it. I don't know why I went for my mouse on that one. Graphics preset, medium. Oh yeah, and what's my current... 1 second. Bruh. There we go. Alright, 1 second. Need to check something. Ah, yes, I could see why this might be a problem. Indeed, why was it set to that? Alrighty. I'd rather put it on overdrive if we're gonna be honest. Okay. Alright, let me go ahead and just get rid of that now real quick. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, back to the game. That's probably why the game was having a hard time loading textures. Let's see. Why is it set to medium? It was running Fi on very high before, so I'll just keep it there. Not sure if I should up this sharpness a bit. You know, I really should have checked the graphics before popping into the game, but this is fine. Let's see. No, I'll keep it at 5, because I believe the sharpness gave it kind of a weird look. Not sure which sharpness it is. It might be both working in tandem. That kind of screws with it. Okay, good. No motion blur, no film grain. I never liked those. I don't know very many people who do. Okay. Yeah, that seems fine. Alright. Now we gotta do the boss fight again.
Look! That's not an ordinary enemy!
Adam, get back!
Why is her eye so glossy? Oop. Starting off strong. Oh, that's right. Doesn't have the second versions of that yet. I've been playing the boss challenge a little too much, some might argue. There we go. Yeah, maybe I will turn down the graphical settings a little bit. Getting a little too jumpy. Timing's a little weird now. No. Oh, I couldn't dodge that. A little bit challenging when the screen is a little jumpy. Thinking do. Nice. Oh, we got him. Nice.
You defeated it, Eve. Amazing.
It wasn't an Alphanate either.
It wasn't, but still so strong. Things will only get harder.
Maybe. Anyway, Please show me the next route, Adam.
Right, hold on. Let me take a look at the map data. As the crow flies, the Hall of Records isn't too far from here.
Yeah, just adjust
but
that.
The entire block is submerged. We have to find a way to cross.
Are you saying that there's no way?
I found it. Do you see the sign behind the stone statue? There's a transportation device there that you can use.
What? You really think that these abandoned devices are still going to work?
Well, the supply camp was in one piece. Let's just try to stay positive.
Is that the outfit doing that?
Sure.
Abaddon defeated. Nice. Alrighty. Combo attacks. Damage reduction. That might be nice. Energy charges might be better. Yeah, it looks like it's just part of the outfit. I think. Weird that the eyes do that. Alright, let's go in here real quick. Let's see if we can do something about the jumping. Let's see. That's why I was set to those, I guess. What happens if we set it to very high, go down here now? Does it actually do anything? Okay. What makes it jump more? None of these things for certain. So far. Shadow quality, we'll keep that on high. Don't need that too high. Environmental object visibility distance. I mean, let's get that on high. Environmental textures, character object details. Keep that. Went a little bit over. It doesn't have to be too good. I'm honestly surprised these don't affect too much. Alright, we're good, it looks like. I think this should be fine. Okay, no, it's just back to affecting the game negatively again. What's going on now? Something went over, certainly. Which one? I don't like the fact that it doesn't update all of the decisions right there and then. Let's see, we don't need a high depth of field. Weird that doesn't seem to affect it too much. Yeah, that figures. Oh. Ugh. Stretch. I never knew what chromatic aberration does. I just usually keep it on. I'm getting somewhere with this. Small decorative elements on the ground. Let's see. Well, this should be good enough. I'll roll with this for a bit, see what that does. Don't want to spend too long on menus. Why is her eye so shiny now, though? Is there, like, some type of option for that that I'm not aware of? There might be, actually. Provide personal information. You know, is it the seasonal content that's doing that? It might be. But it has to restart to do that. Okay. No, it was not that. I wonder what that is. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I'm just going to move on. Nothing in the boxes. Sweet, rest station. Oh, you know, though, just don't sit. It's fine too. All right. Oh, we got 2 points out of that boss fight. And this will be useful now. Where's his charge distance? Might as well just unlock it. I survived that damn Abaddon. I survived. Now all I have to do is get out of this building. I'd see you at the rendezvous point. Nothing else around here except this door. Let's get this open. Shortcut. Alright, what do we got over here? Let's get an upgrade. I think I got a weapon core to upgrade my sword. Yep. Nice. Now we do a little bit more damage. Okay. I do remember, I think I missed something a while back. There's resources up there, but I think I missed something. I don't know how or where, but I think I mixed an Exospine somewhere. Because I was playing the demo my own time, right? And then I realized, oh, I found something that I did not find during my playthrough. How odd. Yeah, it doesn't go far enough. Oh well. Let's see, I think turning on auto loot would be great now. Where was that? It must be in gameplay, right? Yeah. Yep, that's been opened. Nope, not there. So I did get that, at the very least, I think. Yeah, I'll see it over here. Alright. I missed that somewhere. I don't know where I missed it, though. We shall move on, though. Don't want to spend too much time on it. Sweet. Kill it outright. This is a little weird. It would have let me climb. Oh, I see. I don't think I even discovered this in my own playthrough. What's going on here? Ah, more resources. Nice. Guess there was some benefit to tracking back. Alright. I don't know what the shiny thing going on with her eyes are, but... Alright, what's over here? A dead body? Lucas, look up at the sky. There's something falling. I wonder what that is. I didn't hear the orbital explosion warnings go off. Oh, that was a little too precise. I was not expecting that to happen. Alright. Done exploring, let's move on. Alright. Moving on. There we go. They don't usually go for the second one. Got into a habit of not needing to parry that. Back up. And it explodes, right? Yep. Nice. Chain type. They can be upgraded at repair consoles located in supply camps. I'm already aware of that. Nice. I wonder if they removed it from the inventory. Run the demo version? Or maybe did I just imagine it? No idea. Doesn't matter at this point. There we go. Oh. Oh, almost dead. There we go. Alright, finding more Vic coins, among other things. Alright, then we can open the door. Alright. Almost up. All right. Or just leap over it. I wonder what it is that causes the eyes to do that. Did I turn on a setting that does that? By accident? No idea. I thought it was outfit specific at first, but it's not even the outfits that do it. Weird. Go records, disable. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what's causing that, personally. Oh well. Here we go for a while in the Crimson Wings, since this is the thing that I got for, I guess, pre-ordering the game. This is an outfit of all time. God. Alright. We got skill points, I believe. We had a skill point? Yes, we do. Recharges more beta energy upon a successful ambush or assault. Increase the charging distance. And attack power rush. Might as well. Rely on it a lot to close the distance. Oh, here we go. All right. We've got over here more upgrades. We could always use more upgrades. Oh, I don't have it charged up yet. But yeah, I wonder what this place is supposed to be. There's a lot of statues around. I don't know if it's like an area specific to maybe Korea, or if it's like... or this is some type of European country? I have no idea. I want to say it might be a European country, but who knows? They could also change the text and language in the overworld based off of what type of language or text you choose, or maybe it's region specific. I have no idea. Oh, look, it's another one of them. I'm trying to remember, what were they called again?
May your memories live on.
I think they are literally called angels, if I remember correctly. There we go. Now this is the one with a puzzle, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. And these things are going to get more annoying as we go on. These puzzles suck. In later parts, they will suck. Oh, I got a new Omnibolt. I forgot you were here. Let's see. Is there anything over here? Well, other than this direction. Let's see. Objective is over there, right? Okay, what do we got over here? The network is down, the sky burns, the colony falls apart. Where is Mother Sphere? Why is the colony falling down to Earth? Answer my last call, Mother Sphere. Why? Why? You promised us salvation. Was it a lie? A lot of these lore bits will become important eventually, but at least not for a bit. Plus, the actual story kind of makes all of the lore bits you will find kind of self-explanatory. I forgot that it does that. I was trying to remember, was there something special about this lion statue? And then I started hitting and I'm like, oh yeah, that's what it was. But yeah, it's nice to play this again, especially on PC. Now that it's on PC, I cannot wait to go through this. Not just in my own time, but also just play through it. Maybe on stream if you guys want. We were certainly waiting for this game to come out for a good while. Oh, that exploded on me. Can't go that way. Ow. Nice. Which core is this going to be upgrading? The body core. Nice, more HP. You know, the director for this game, if I remember correctly, there was an interview that he had, and one of the interesting takeaways is that he did not care if people modded the game. You know, speaking of mods, the director did come out, I believe, and he did say something along those lines, but that's just from what I heard. I don't know if I would want to do a modded playthrough of this game. That'd be kind of weird. Not sure how I would do. Well, I mean, it's obvious how I would do that, but I'm not sure if I should. I'm not sure if also I don't know what kind of mods there would be that would be worthwhile to actually make for a modded playthrough of the game. Unless it's like something to change the way the game fundamentally plays, I don't know if I would want to. What's over on this end? Does it just pop up on the other end? Yep. Must definitely make a game more fun. Skyrim's a pretty good evidence of that, but as far as modding this game is concerned, I would not be opposed to that, for as long as I can make the game different somehow. I don't know if I just would want to mod this game for new outfits, and then that'd be it. Like, if I was going to do a modded playthrough of the game, right, I would want something about it to change, you know, like gameplay-wise or something dynamically. You know what I mean? Because it's not as appealing to watch someone play a modded game or something, unless it changes the way you approach or play that game. Like, there was a stream, I think it was by Doug or somebody, who played through all of Skyrim, but all the NPCs were essentially his viewers and subscribers, I believe, or just his subscribers, being able to influence the NPCs with text-to-speech, with the NPCs having the name of the people who were controlling them. Ensure thorough security procedures, the lion statue entrance. Team Athena leader. Let's see. Next thing I want to try when it comes to, because I am a glutton for punishment. What if I set the goddamn thing to... We'll try just high, and then we'll set the quality down to high performance. Whoa. Forgot about that. Ugh. It's really hot today in Oregon. It's not 90s like it was the past few days, but holy crap. It's not California weather, thank God. You know, speaking of California, there's a lot of riots and shit going on in California, and I am so glad I don't live there anymore. I am so glad I don't live in California. I would not want to live there, especially with the riots going on right now. Among other things, this shit is crazy. Let's see, I got 2 new skill points. Nice. Chain charge. Chain charge can only be used after defeating an enemy with ambush or assault. Charges at a nearby enemy to attack. Downs the enemy. Hmm. That might be nice. Increase the amount of beta energy return for a successful parry. Makes it easier to perfect parry. Oh yeah, we're gonna want that. To train skills. I don't really need to know how to do that. I know how to do that. As I've explained in the demo, when I was playing the demo before. When an enemy turns purple like that, you just basically want to press backwards on the movement stick, and then when it glows, you just do that. Now, if we have the gun in this situation, when it does that, that would be your ample time to start shooting at it, at the glowy bit that sticks out, but yeah. Where is it not this button? Yeah, it should be this button. Oh, there we go. I have to hold down the pause button first. Excuse me. Reflections. That might be nice to get. Why not? Okay. I wonder what it is that causes that. I wonder if it's just because of the seasonal events that I equipped. Like when I started the thing. I don't know what it is. Let's see. I am planning to turn that back on since I already... There we go. And it's saving. Now these are contests. Does it matter? I have no idea. I'll just keep them up for now. Okay, moving on. Oh, forgot about you. I'm probably gonna fall for that a couple of more times, I'm sure. Knowing me, I probably will. Yeah, I figured that might happen. When we get around to the point of being able to move these, I swear. I think you're supposed to move those at some point. I want the double jump again, I missed that. Being able to double jump is great. Advanced polymer. Why is the rescue team so late? We've lost connection to comms. I promised I wouldn't eat this garbage food again. We have to last until the rescue team comes. The body needs fuel to survive. That was a message and a half. I see my way back up now. There we go.
You need to go there to get to the transportation device.
Mm-hmm. Mother Sphere, our beacon of hope, our prophet, have you forsaken us? Please save us from the Naytibas. Just do it before my damn faith runs out. I have some bad news for you, my friend. I saw that coming. Hint. Oh. No, Duggan. I wasn't even trying to do that. I was exploring. It's like this game has never heard of exploring before. I'm trying to block that. He dodged it. Oh, there's the fusion cell. All right.
Nice.
The road is submerged.
I know, but it's our only option.
All right.
Yep, gotta swim for it. You know, these angles are very dangerous. These angles are very dangerous. I may have to keep the character moving in a slight direction. Because this angle with this outfit is very dangerous. Oh my god. You got my codes? I need codes. Just received the comm signal from a new unit. The E protocol begins. Angels of Death will descend from the colony. Space Marines? Nah, of course not. They will rid Naytibas from the... They will rid the Naytiba form Earth and save us. Okay. Mother Sphere's salvation is nigh. I'm thankful I lived through this hell for decades. There's the passcode. Bonus fixed damage upon combo attacks. mean, at least this one looks like it has underwear, and I find that to be a little bit safer. Okay. At least in this current instance. You really don't need to memorize these things. And honestly, it'd be more annoying if you had to. Oh, I love the sonar touch to it. Do I just open the door now? Oh, okay. Anything down here? It almost looks like there's something down here, but doesn't seem like it. I love the color. Ah, another station, another camp. More base camps. What do we got? Nothing much. And what do we got over here? New features unlocked. Use materials to enhance exospines. Ah, it's gonna tell me about that now. Critical damage increased by 23. I do have the resources for it. Why not? The green, I think, means cutscene.
Adam,
yeah.
I was very surprised when I first met you.
Why?
Back in the colony, we learned that everyone on Earth was completely wiped out.
I'm sure it must have seemed that way. But you can't expect Mother Sphere to know everything.
Then there are other survivors out there, like you.
Yes, but it's rare to see them. Earth is still pretty inhospitable to humans.
Arguably, Earth is already pretty inhospitable to humans. I mean, you only need to turn on Twitter to know that to be true, but Twitter bitches and whines about everything. Let's be honest. No. You just need to look at the news as well to know that to be true as well. Hell, you can even go on this very platform. You will find people ranting and raving about the goings-on with the world today. You cannot escape it. It is everywhere. The doom and gloom is everywhere. You cannot possibly get away from it. Much to my own dismay. You cannot get away from it. Okay, yeah. And then we'll set that to high. I can set it as a 4K, that's interesting. I don't want that though. I don't need it right now. Alright. Now, ideally, if I just keep it at high performance, it should just be fine, right?
We're here.
Where's the transportation device?
Try activating this monorail panel.
There is no power.
Nope.
No worries. Let's check the power control room under the stairs.
You know, now that I look at the language over there... where the fuck are we? The hell did I just step over?
You have to reorganize the code in order to restore power.
There we go.
That's great. Try activating the monorail panel again.
Did the world just become more homogenized in the future or something? I have no idea.
Something is heading our way.
Don't worry, it's the monorail.
This ancient electronic device is our transport.
All right then. After you.
Nice.
Eve, are you all right?
Oh, I was
Arguably, no.
just remembering something from yesterday.
Oh, is that just the glint from her eyes? It's weird.
This city.
It is just the glint from her eyes.
So quiet. And so lonesome.
Well, that's what happens when a city becomes devoid of humanity. Eve, what are you going to do after you defeat the Alpha Naytiba?
No, it now doesn't. I don't know what it is anymore.
Exist for one sole purpose. All we must do is complete the mission.
You mean the extinction of all Naytibas? Right? To think that the point of your existence is to snuff out another species. No fun in that.
No one ever said it was about fun. Especially when you talk about survival.
We're here. Do you want to get off?
But when it comes to an action game, that's a different story. There's all kinds of fun to be had. One Legion squadron has about 20,000 troops and all the equipment needed for their activities. Legion 8 and 15 were stationed in 8007. After the colony extinction, there were only about 3,000 troops left. I wonder how many will live to see the sun rise tomorrow. Hey look, another outfit. Design pattern. Planet Surge. What was it? Planet Diving Suit 7th Generation, I think is what it was.
Looks like this used to be a plaza.
You're right. Except it's underwater now. The good thing is you won't have to go in the water. The Hall of Records is that way.
I think it's the NVIDIA one that does that. Oh. And then if I turn this up, I mean, to be fair, I think improving the sharpness dramatically probably would cause some weird distortions here and there, but... I do like sharpness to be up. It's easy to get lost in the game's soundtrack and gameplay. I wouldn't be surprised if some people have a hard time trying to kind of fill the void of the silence of the gameplay, because it's just that good in certain areas and instances. This game is heavily inspired by Nier Automata, so that makes absolute sense. Let's see, I think... we'll go with this.
It might be best to stay away from the water. Looks like there's electricity running through it.
Nice. Says something is falling from the sky. Did we get any orbital bombardment warnings? Try to dodge that. It really does feel good to play this game again after so long of not having played it. It was already good on PS5, but this shit is great on PC. I've been wanting this game to come out on the PC for a long time. There we go. What do we got over here? Got a new data core. Okay, let's be careful now. There's water down there. Let's see, since there's a custom setting as well, I do want to try alternating from that to very high. Keep it on high performance maybe, just see what it looks like. I'll even up the performance to just performance. I am seeing a slight stutter though. See if it gets any worse. This game does look a lot prettier on PC, I will give it that. I mean, anyone could have told you any game could look prettier on a PC, but still. Let's see. Anything else around here? Doesn't look like it. Let's go the other way now, because we need to drain the proverbial swamp to get lower. I don't know if we'll be able to do that right now, because I think we have to do side quests to do that. If I remember correctly. See if we can grab anything though. There we go. Oh, nice. Didn't have to fight it. And it's dead. Yeah, noticing a bit of stutter here and there. Alright, I'll put that back on high performance. See if it fixes that to a degree. This game is pretty cool, As always. Oh, he's stuck. What, you can't get past? Oh. Oh. Nope, still couldn't get past that. Oh, it died. That was for the best, because I was probably gonna get grand if that continued. Grenader type. I believe that's for items specific, and I don't really need items. At least I haven't needed them in a bit.
For the floodgate. You can only activate it with the right credentials. Let's come back later. We have things to do.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay. Oh. No, I was trying to jump across, but... Oof. Chugged a little bit there for a second. That was a massive chug, too. Actually, I'll try and not do that. Let's see. Is there anything over here? No. Please stop. Evia's trying to kill herself. Oof. Yeah. Definitely can't do it that way. Alright. Oh, I can't... Okay. We'll keep it high again. Just gonna switch it back to quality then, and we're gonna do this. That's for monsters, and yeah. Alright, and clutter. Oh. Not what I wanted. Okay, we definitely don't need high shadow quality. I guess lighting's fine. Just put volumetric fog down to low. Ambient occlusion, depth of field. Reflections on characters and objects visible. And what was the other stuff up here? Environmental object detail. Why not? That. I think if I just do it that way, and then I just keep the depth of field at mute, it should be fine. Let's see how that works. Yeah, I'm going to be fiddling with the settings quite a lot, it seems, because I like to get it just right. But yeah, don't feel bad about not collecting everything in an individual area. You can come back to these locations at some point to acquire any items or things you might have missed. It's not that big of a deal. God, this combat feels so good. Alright. At least the heat is manageable in here. It hasn't managed to pass 73 degrees in here, which is pretty nice. That's optimal temperature if we're at, if you ask me. Is that perfect? I like it to be a lot cooler. Probably because I'm just more susceptible to the elements because of how warm it is and it's summer, but you know how it is.
Shopping done.
Shopping done because it's a mall. That was a dad joke if I ever heard one. Okay, no skills to get. What about upgrades? People upgrades. New features unlocked. Now I can actually unlock the suits. Planet diving suit. I mean, of course, I'm gonna spend resources on getting suits. What are you, crazy? Increased damage of effect. Combat consumables. Yeah, that's what it was. Or just don't rest.
Adam, do you meet airborne squad members from the colony often?
No, not really. Yesterday, I just happened to be around the area. I've never seen such a large-scale airborne operation.
Why did you save me?
I'm not really sure. It just felt right. Like I was meant to. It's hard to describe. It's just a short, intense feeling.
That sounds like an excuse. I'm trying to remember if the reasons why he saved her coincides with the reasons why he's going to give us later down the line, but I can't remember if it became more apparent after the fact of his decision to save her, or if it was always planned. Oh boy. And back away.
Just what you'd expect from a pro.
Alright, we got consumables, combat consumables. We got grenades. I would like a double jump, but I'm not going to get that for a while, I don't think. If I remember correctly, double jump comes from after this section. But my memory could be spotty on that. And that's been a bit. I do like exploring the world a lot. Memory of a believer. New unit will be dispatched from the colony. A long time has passed since the final war. Mother Sphere finally answered our call. Death be upon those abominations. May our memory live on forever. May we find salvation. He's a true believer. Stanley would be proud. You guys ever seen the documentary about Stan Lee's life? It is sad. It's very sad. If any of the stuff you hear about the elderly abuse is true, which it sounds like it very much fucking is, then it's just sad.
It's a bit too far.
Uh-oh.
How about you try jumping and dashing?
I forgot I could do that. Oh, that was a way to get up. Again, I don't know who teaches these women to fight, but man, it's a fighting style that needs to be passed on for the next generations. I know she learned a lot of her combat prowess from Taki, which is weird when you consider the fact that a lot of the airborne angel units that they send down here are not nearly as designed or as unique looking as both Eve and Taki.
Just talking to myself.
The interesting thing about Nier was that there was a bit of uniformity to the way that the Yorha units were designed. 2B very much looked like no different from most other units. They all dressed in black, they all had white hair, and they all wore blindfolds that served as a sort of a UI goggle system. In this game, though, everybody is just kind of disposable fodder, which is I guess it's kind of fine. Again, I don't think the focus here is really the story as much as it is the gameplay. It's just interesting, though, that they just decided to just make a Nier-like story without focusing too much on giving it a lot of the Nier-like quality or depth. Because that game was like a masterclass in video game storytelling. Like, a lot of the gameplay elements fit into the story. It actually had a purpose. That was stuff that I thought was pretty novel at the time, and it still is. It's just weird that for as much of an inspiration as the game was, this game doesn't focus too hard on that fact. And mind you, this isn't to say that I'm complaining or nothing. Please open. This is just part of the puzzle. This isn't to say that I'm complaining or nothing. I'm just saying it's just kind of funny that they made a game that feels good to play like an action game. I mean, it is an action game, but I mean, it feels good to play, but not really transfer any of the story quality from Nier. I mean, Nier had a pretty good gameplay and storytelling. Cancel now? Yes.
I need a 4-digit password.
Another headache. Okay. This sign reads time. Could this be connected to the clock tower?
Yep, and I'm trying to look at it without making it seem like I'm trying to look elsewhere, but I am trying to look at it. Let's see, that's the minute hand down there. So it's it is 12, 5, 10, 15, 20. Is it 12:23? I'm gonna look like such a goober if I get this wrong multiple times. Okay, it was 12:25. Eve Protocol, Airborne Squad, Angel, all a bunch of bollocks. It's a show that Mother Sphere puts on. They don't help us. Mother Sphere doesn't care about us. I was such a pathetic fool to wait for that so-called salvation. I have no more regrets. It's a suicide note. You know, speaking of which, by the way, happy Wellness Month, guys. I do remember that is still a thing. It's kind of hard not to know that it's still a thing when the biggest controversies that we're getting right now is still the fucking, like, wishing men, like, a happy Wellness Month and everyone having a shit fit over it.
Watch out, Eve.
We're fine. We're fine. Oh, maybe not.
Are you okay?
It's nothing.
I forgot that would happen, which is why the puzzle would become necessary to do. I forgot about that. No, that was kind of sleek. Extreme polymer material. Okay. I think I found a decent balance for graphics so far.
I can see the Hall of Records. We're almost there now.
Great. Forgot that's why we were here. Probably gonna damage myself a little bit. Yep. Beta energy theft. Recharge more beta energy upon a successful ambush or assault. That's a good upgrade to use. Counter. I would like to get... Yeah, why not? Let's see. Which one should we switch to this time? The regular outfit or... You know what? We'll just go ahead and go back to a regular outfit. Just for the fun of it. Wait, can I bust that? No, it just has physics, okay. Max's memory. All contact has been lost with other cities. Those bastards will eventually take over this place. It's the end for Earth. The only way to survive is to run away to the colony. If you want to stay and fight, do as you will. I'm going to the orbit elevator. That'll become important later. Actually, before I go, can I get... Yes, I can. The paint tells me as such. What do we got here? There should be an outfit here. Please die. There we go. You know, one thing I am kind of curious about when it comes to design? Why this outfit in particular? Like, this is her canonical outfit design. And I'm kind of curious as to why they went with this when no other character looks like this in the game. Not these angels or nothing. Like, outside of Taki, who has her own particular design, Eve is the only character who has a design this extravagant, and I kind of wonder as to why. I know there was a tie-in comic that plays into this to some degree. It's kind of like a prologue to the story. But I don't think it's probably going to explain entirely why Eve looks the way she does, or why she and Taki are so different compared to everybody else. We got a new look for our droid. Nice. It's an armored look. He's got the whole armored ear look, just without the yellow colorization, like in the demo. Nothing else around here, looks like. We'll just move on then. We're getting very close to our objective. And nothing down here. Oh. Anybody else ever get that weird problem where sometimes your controller disconnects and then suddenly it just... some input gets kind of weird, right? Like, it just... the input, it just keeps track of the last input you did, and so... it just does shit like that. Where you're just like, oh. And see, I wasn't even looking down, the camera just automatically panned down like that. I was just going, I just tilted it ever so slightly and it did that. I really don't like it when controllers do that. It might just be because it's I'm playing on a laptop, but even then, right? I've had a friend of mine who actually uses a desktop PC and he still gets that problem sometimes. But granted, he uses what was it, DS Windows, or what was it? He uses some type of third-party thing.
Records is under there.
I'm pretty sure I'm using the same thing he's using, actually. Like, I'm using Steam input, but I do have the same program. It's at the bottom of my bar, when you can see it. Ooh, that was perfect. I don't do a whole lot of things in this game perfectly, but that was perfect. Artemis 49. Please find a way to back up and export data from the archive. If we're able to maintain even copies of data, we can restore it later and connect it to the network again.
I scanned the credentials.
I think you can wait a little bit before we access the Hall of Records. We got places to investigate, things to see, people to meet. Not really, but we got things to see. Not to mention collectibles. And when the potential is just getting more outfits, you know I'm gonna focus on that shit. We have received reports that the fusion drive is empty. Artemis 132, search the area and secure the fusion cells. Eidos 7, underground of the memory tower.
Oh, it's the code to the power control room.
Down here. Anything special?
It looks like the fusion cell's dead. Wait, I'm sensing another fusion cell around here.
Nice. I think when I first played this game, I got stuck on that one particular puzzle. I don't know how, but I did.
Great. Power has been restored.
What's down here? Anything special? Nope, just resources. Oh, wait. More resources and a bed. Place that people crashed. 3 Bitcoins. I'm trying to remember what I used the Bitcoins for. I think it's for more collectible stuff, but I don't remember.
We'll head down to the Hall of Records now.
Nice. Ugh, my legs are stiff. I'll look kind of floaty for a second. Alright. Hall of Records.
I can't believe we're in the Hall of Records. It's like a dream. Now, all we have to do is find the hyperdrive.
It's one gigantic server room. Anybody excited for the new Ninja Gaiden 4? I certainly am.
At the start of the 22nd century, humanity's right to life was threatened by advanced global warming.
Oh, lore.
Having foreseen this, Mother Sphere ensured mankind could meet this challenge. The eons-long process of natural adaptation resolved near instantly. The body cell replaced the heart and made it possible to survive in environments without oxygen or water. Thanks to advances in biotechnology and nanotechnology, the inconveniences of aging and disease were a thing of the past. This created giant leaps forward in the development of hazardous industrial spaces and space itself. we can now withstand the crushing pressures of the deepest oceans and even exit a space station without the need of a spacesuit.
That's right, I forgot. They've been altering people's genetic or cellular stuff in order to do this.
Can be found in Mother Sphere.
Oh.
Please enjoy the harmony and prosperity of Eidos 7, the first city ever built by Mother Sphere, the mother of...
I have no idea what that was all about. Adam, did it make any sense to you?
Mankind's past was buried with the final war. This must be a video from before that time.
Hypercell. Is this what you're looking for?
Yes, you can extract it from the hyperdrive.
Nice.
Great. We accomplished our first objective. Let's go before the emergency power runs out. We got it. The hypercell. This is going to do a lot of good. Eve, thank you.
Okay. Then, can you tell me where the Alpha Natiba is?
Of course. It isn't far.
All right. Our second boss fight, let's go. Ow. Ow. Oh. Yeah, that figures. Oh, I tried to do it. Oh well. Oh, come on. Ah. He's almost done for. Ah, yes, with Retribution. Let's do it. Nice. I forget about the quick time event sometimes. Sweet. First try, let's go. Though arguably is technically not. On PC, yes. PlayStation 5, I think it's my 4th or 5th time. At least all the times that I've actually beaten them. I know I've died to him several times the first time I played it. Back when movement mechanics, among other things, were a little sluggish. That should be the last... Nope, never mind. I guess I got one beforehand, which raised it. God, I gotta pay attention to that. Gotta remember that there are stuff like that in this game. This very much likes to act like it's a Dark Souls game while also being an action game. He seems to be having a problem. Nice. There we go. Let's go for it. Get over here, you little shit. Sweet. Tabler expansion module. Nano elements. No, one of the things that I want to see more of in games is not necessarily open world games. The open world games don't matter. Like, it's cool to have a nice giant open playground to play around with shit. That's what made Grand Theft Auto so successful. But when you just overstuff it with a bunch of nothing, that's when it becomes a problem. It's the biggest criticism with open world games, is that you could just overstuff it with either a bunch of fluff that has no real contributions to the overall narrative scope or even the world itself.
A flower that never withers. An act of mercy.
Or you could do one of everyone's favorite things, right? And that's, you can just fill it with nothing, and then literally just have a bunch of space between you and your objective that you need to actually focus on, as well as actual side objectives that you now have to contend with. You know, the best kind of stuff. Because who doesn't like traveling ridiculously long distances to get from one place to another? Just ask the people who like Dynasty Warriors. They liked that when one of the, like, newer entries came out with that shit. Absolutely. Positively. Had no problems with that whatsoever. But yeah, you need to do it with a level of craft and care. You know, The Witcher is a good example of it. CD Projekt's Cyberpunk's also a decent example of that as well. Just about anything that CD Projekt does with open world games, they do it with a level of care and craftsmanship. But, you know, they're not a perfect company either. You know, that's not to say that they don't have their downfalls here and there. they've certainly had real duds. I mean, just look at the botched launch of Cyberpunk. I know that to be true. All in all, I'm just saying, right, that there's a level of craftsmanship that goes into making an open world title that goes a little further beyond than just making your standard, you know, video game. Games like this make more logical sense, right? You have a world you need to traverse through, although it's a lot of narrow and windy corridors and pathways you need to traverse down. And you can expand upon it, you can even add new nooks and crannies to it to your leisure. And depending on how you do it, you could also just have it randomly generated. So with a little bit of curation, you could probably do it pretty well. You know, Warframe is also pretty good at that too. They don't have an open... Well, they do actually have an open world, but... most of the mission-based levels are just, like, randomly generated corridors you just traverse through. At least as far as I remember. That might have changed over time. I don't need to reset my skill trees just yet. I don't think I ever need to be honest. This game isn't that bad about it. What should I get? I think I'll get an upgrade to one of my abilities. I want to get the next part to the stab. This increases the triple stab. Energy withdrawal. Recover some beta energy when an enemy is hit with the triple. I kind of want to focus on attack power. We'll focus on attack power. I mean, why not? Just get something.
Should we head down again?
No, just follow the path and go straight.
Oh yeah, how far have they been? It's been 3 hours, just about. The construction
We've
zone.
come quite far. How much more do we have to go?
We just have to pass that sewage facility. There must be a way to get
Yay.
across. We can build ourselves a bridge if we use that crane.
Who doesn't like traversing through sewer levels? Oh boy. I want you to know I saw that in the corner of my eye. Just barely.
Oh, it's a high security box scene. There should be some treasure inside. Wait up, Beep. Let's look for the modules to upgrade the drone. Locked up tight.
Cool.
But the hacking tools should get it open before you know it.
You know, I just thought of something very funny. You know, Twitch has been getting into an interesting controversy lately because of the whole fucking VTuber. Like, Lucy Pyre got banned off of Twitch. And then recently I heard that another one, I think it was Milky, who got banned off of Twitch. And I don't know what Milky's problem for being banned was, but I know that Lucy's new outfit that she debuted with had oh, fucking, I mean, that had open hips, which to Twitch, that's always been a big no-no. And even the guy who runs the website was just like, just don't have any open hips and you should be fine. But Lucy decided that particular day, when she was showcasing her new outfit, that she would kind of like, you know, release the hips, so to speak. And I mean, it's not like it's anything weird or anything. She just literally showed off like the fact that she had just naked hips just out in the open. It wasn't anything too weird or too risque. It was just that. It was like a bunny girl outfit that just didn't have the stockings, basically. And that was just enough to get her banned. Granted, that's something that I think a lot of people already knew about. That if you do have an outfit like that, you probably shouldn't use it. But I feel like, right, I think there's definitely some ground room to say that after a while, you know, it's kind of weird that Twitch focuses so much on making sure that the anime characters of the streamer variety, you know, the VTubers should be policed a little bit more heavily than the flesh tubers. I mean, it's kind of oxymoronic when you really think about it. I mean, seriously, like, you have to police the fucking VTubers. You're policing literal hand-drawn characters over people who actually show off their body. Some even take it to an extreme degree where it's just like, as long as I crop my chest out in a way, I can have my full-on chest out, and as long as you don't see nip, we're fucking golden, right? That was a thing that happened a while back. I think it was Amaranth who did that. But, yeah, it's weird that they're willing to let, flesh tubers, as well as just flesh streamers, essentially, you know, get away with so much more than the VTubers. Because, I mean, at least if you can argue that they are whoring themselves out in any fashion, they're whoring out a fictional version. They're a facsimile, right? They're whoring out an avatar that is basically a stand-in for themselves. You can't actually argue that it's morally questionable when the thing that's morally questionable is just like, oh, you have a risque character model. Especially when you compare it to people who actually do risque shit on the Twitch platform. It's so dumb. And because of how hyper-specific some of the guidelines are, you know, you can't actually have specific outfits, or, you know, it limits your creativity as to what sort of outfits you could use, among other things. It's just dumb. Anyways, the reason why I got on this tangent, right, is because... God, I was a long tangent. Was because I'm looking at this outfit, right? And I'm thinking to myself, this is technically an animated character. This is 3D animated, but, you know, albeit it's an animated character. If I were to stream this on Twitch, do you think, right, this would be enough to get the live stream banned or to get my channel banned in any fashion? You have to imagine, right? Potential blast. Oh yeah, I forgot there's soda cans to collect.
It doesn't seem useful, but it looks intriguing. I'll look into it later.
I forgot there are soda cans to collect. You can discover hidden cans by exploring different places around the world. Good things that might happen whenever you collect a certain number of cans. Yeah, it gives you a lot of bonuses, and I believe if you collect them all, you get a new outfit. You know, which I guess is by far one of the better incentives. But yeah, it makes me wonder, right? Like, would this be enough? Like, let's look at this logically, people. You see what I'm seeing, right? Would this be enough? Would this be enough to potentially get you banned off Twitch? I mean, I would think it's not necessarily... I mean, it's not a VTuber, mind you. This is a player character in a video game. But you have to imagine, right, that it has the potential possibility of opening that Pandora's box of a question. Okay. Oh, I start back here. Come on. Look, there's been a lot of controversy with Twitch as of recent. I have thought about it, right? Like, I have discussed it on the channel. I have thought about actually moving over and doing dual streaming with Twitch, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing dual streaming with Twitch because I just want to be... I just decided, right, I was just going to be platform exclusive. Like, I like YouTube. YouTube is a better platform in terms of what it is that I want to use it for. And, you know, in general, right, you know, building an audience over somewhere else like Kick or Rumble, there's not that much of an audience to be had there on those platforms. Though they are certainly growing, I don't feel compelled to go there quite yet. The thing that really also I don't want to have to deal with when it comes to like dual platform streaming is having to remember the guidelines of two different platforms, and maybe a third if I decide to do that. So I just don't think about it. I just don't want to do that. I'd rather just get beta energy, to be honest. There we go. But yeah, it's just a clusterfuck of a problem, right? You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. Like, you could potentially, right? You can potentially stream on Twitch, but I feel like it's just a matter of time before you're banned for some stupid innocuous reason you will never know or never even realize it was a problem until just that moment, right? It's one of the reasons why Twitch is having such a massive problem as is. It's because they're not policing their content creators evenly. And regardless of how you feel about Tectone, Asmongold, among other streamers, right? They do have a point when other people on the platform incite a similar level of vitriol that they themselves could incite themselves, but they just don't. They have to walk them back. They get banned for making these claims, but nobody else from the platform does, as long as it's within a particular political leaning. And that's kind of annoying. You know, ideally, right, you would want to police the platform evenly, but, you know, if you're not doing that, and you're not going to bother doing that, then what's the point? What's the point of even having a guideline? Honestly, if Twitch just wants to have an entire platform dedicated to one particular political leaning, that's entirely Twitch's prerogative. I'm not going to tell them not to do that. That's their decision. It's going to fuck them over in the end, because not everybody thinks like those fucking weirdos, but, you know, granted, they want to have their cake, they can certainly eat it. They made that great for themselves. They can just fucking lie in it. Who knows? Maybe it won't even become that, you know, that big of a problem for them. Again, they can either succeed still, even with the fact that they have a very obvious political leaning, and everybody else just moves to a different platform. Or, you know, they could just decide, right, to police their platform more efficiently, and then we won't have these problems, and then they could just continue to grow and succeed as they always have. Twitch was the dominant streaming platform for the longest time, and it still is. It's just that a lot of content creators feel really fucking annoyed and feel particularly snuffed having to stream on that platform. And if they can find similar success in other places, like, say, YouTube or Kick, you know, who's to stop them from wanting to do that? I think all the more power for people if they want... I am trying to block, and I am not blocking for some reason. Anyways. All the more power to people if they want to stream somewhere else. But yeah, I too have at one point thought about streaming on Twitch in particular, as well as YouTube, but I ultimately, right, decided not to do it. Because it's just easier and more convenient for me if I just do it on YouTube. And then that way I don't have to worry about the bullshit guidelines, the non-existent issues from Twitch every time I have to live stream, so. I mean, arguably YouTube isn't always that better of an option either, but at least YouTube is popular and at least allows content creators of all kinds to actually exist on its platform most of the time. At least nowadays. Like, it's certainly a lot better now than it was prior. Like, I remember when certain content creators couldn't exist on this platform as a result of, you know, things that happened from 2016 onward. Such as the fact that Trump got elected. It's not... It's just a massive issue. It really is. I don't care about politics either. Like, I have stated this numerous times on the channel, I do not care about politics. I don't care what your political leanings are. I don't even care, right? If you have, like, opinions that differ than my own. Just be a decent human being, and we won't have any problems. We just won't have any problems. God, that was simple. Why didn't I just do that before? Just be a decent goddamn human being, and we will not have problems. Nobody will have problems, right? I also don't understand the mentality of wanting to be, like, all about a particular opinion. Like, some people are married to their opinions, and I'm just not like that. I don't care. I honestly could not care. Like, the goings-on of the world means not when the cost of living, among other things, is by far the most prevalent concern of mine. And that's not even addressing the fact that a lot of problems do stem from political issues. Okay, Legionaries 286 Recollection. I've seen a movie like this before. It was a film with a predictable storyline about mankind winning against alien monsters that invaded Earth. At the start of the movie, the monsters slaughter humans left and right. Even armed soldiers aren't able to do anything until the main character appears. We're playing the role of those soldiers. He understands exactly what is happening and where he is right now. Poor soldier. But yeah, it's just, I take massive umbrage with people who just don't like common sense. Nobody said you also have to agree with anyone, right? At least no one is saying you should, right? At least I would never say you should. But at the end of the day, you know, either you're in the crowd or you're not. You know, you're part of the hip cool kids or you're not. And for some reason, the people in charge just so happen to have a particular political leaning, and it's the weirdest fucking thing. It really is, because it's like, I don't understand why you're so married to your political beliefs. Everything is subject to change. Everything is in flux, especially nowadays. You cannot be married to an opinion in this day and age. You just can't. Your ideas and concepts of how the world works fundamentally changes at all times. It's not something you should actually be thinking about rationally, and it's not even rational, to be honest. It's just weird.
Adam, I have a question.
What is it?
The hypercell. If it sustained the Hall of Records until now, it must be a huge source of energy.
Yes. Even compared to a fusion cell.
Then, where are you planning to use this energy?
Oh, well, it's kind of a long story. But I can explain more when you come back.
Understood. Loud and clear.
Okay. I mean, personally, if I wanted someone to do me a favor, I would at least bother to explain why it is I need the thing, but...
Try using the crane.
It's not working.
But there is power. That's strange. Oh, we need an ID card if we want to operate it. 3 of them, actually.
If the ID cards are needed for the crane, then they should be nearby. I'll look for the closest one first.
Okay, you can take your time.
All right. We are looking for ID cards. I already knew that, but now we officially know. Okay. It is about to be 4 hours into the stream, kinda, sorta. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break, and then I'll be right back. You know, might as well not play on an empty stomach, right? Okay. Alright, and... there we go. I will return. Ugh.
가리워진 그대 모습은 내겐 점점 멀어져가. 바뀌어간 계절 속에서 나는 어쩔 수 없는 그대 그리고 기억나지도 않는 시간들은 그저 흘려보내. 나 그대의 미소에 서러워지고 했었지. 영원할 줄 알았던 나를 모두 할 일 없이 옅어져 가고. 가리워진 그대 모습은 내겐 점점 멀어져가. 바뀌어간 계절 속에서 나는 어쩔 수 없는 그대 그리고 기억나지도 않는 시간들은 그저 흘려보내 나 그대의 미소에 서러워지고 했었지 영원할 줄 알았던 나를 모두 할 일 없이 옅어져 가고 가리워진 그대 모습은 내겐 점점 멀어져가 바뀌어간 계절 속에서 나도 어쩔 수 없는 그대 그리고 기억나지도 않는 시간들은 그저 흘려보내 나 그대의 미소에 서러워지고 했었지 영원할 줄 알았던 나를 모두 할 일 없이 옅어져 가고 거친 그대 모습은 내게 점점 멀어져가. 바뀌어간 계절 속에서 나를 어쩔 수 없는 그대 그리고 기억나지도 않는 시간들은 그저 흘려보내. 나 그대의 미소에 서러워지고 했었지. 영원할 줄 알았던 나를 모두 할 일 없이 옅어져 가고 가리워진 그대 모습은 내게 점점 멀어져가. 바뀌어간 계절 속에서 나를 어쩔 수 없는 그대 그리고 기억나지도 않는 시간들은 그저 흘려보내.
Okay. Alright. Hello. Oh. Okay. Oh. Getting warm in here. That was an interesting start. Anyways, we're moving on. Okay. I am back. Oh. That was a little too quick. I was expecting it to take a little longer. Let's see here. Nope, nothing new under the sun. You know, maybe I have been made with posting videos exclusively, but I do want to stream. Not just because I'm kind of used to this now, but also just because I feel like, right, if I do get popular enough online, streaming will be a nice little bonus to the channel. Because then that way I can interact with people who actually like my content, among other things. And not everybody sits down to watch streams unless it's Twitch, so...
Look, there's a generator.
You know, I did hit the dodge button. There we go. To keep my temperature down, I am currently wearing a shawl-like thing. It's supposed to be like a cooling pad that goes around your neck. It's like a, it is like a kind of like a shawl, but it's like it goes around your, well, just draped over your shoulders. Oh, we got one of these. I mean, someone called it a shawl, but when I think of a shawl, right, I think of like something more akin to like a poncho, but like a smaller version. I don't know. What an asshole. Yeah, I kind of figured that with the demo, I was probably going to have different problems with graphics as soon as the full game came out. I have gotten the graphics at a point where it looks pretty decent, though, while still maintaining a consistent frame rate among other things. Oh, I tried to get away from that. That was a bizarrely up-close shot of her ass. I'm not gonna lie. The ass jump scare was the last thing I was expecting to see when I got grabbed. That was funny. Shift up, ladies and gentlemen. Shift up.
Could operate the crane to make a bridge.
At least the demo gave us an idea of what a high-resolution version of this game would look like. They just didn't give us the 4K version. At least nothing that I saw in the demo. I didn't know there was a 4K option in one of the graphical settings. I'm assuming they did not include that for the demo. They might have mentioned something about it too. Maybe I just forgot about it. I have no idea. Oh, sweet. I've never understood why there's so much impact. Why does she have to hit the button so hard? Oh god. This panning shot looks a little sus.
What a view.
I wonder what it looked like before the war.
What do you think it looked like?
Well, probably upright buildings, well-manicured flora, and living people.
That's it? You have no imagination. Then again,
Well,
I
fuck
guess
you
you've never
too.
been here before. Imagine bustling streets, crystal clean air, and people smiling everywhere you look.
Have you ever seen something like that before, Adam?
Yes, a long time ago.
I wonder if we turn down the character model a little bit, would that do something about her eyes, actually? I know I end up going back to this at some point here and there, but it's just like I can't help myself. I have to check things. No, it doesn't fix that. It was never there before, which is why I'm kind of curious about where that came from. Environment textures. Yeah, that's weird that it has a 4K version. I've never seen it.
Eve, are you ready to leave?
I just wanted to imagine what you were telling me. It's hard to imagine. Let's go.
Soundtrack's great. Gameplay's peak. And area design is interesting. Recover crane ID.
Just one more.
I would certainly like if the game would give me a double jump, but I know that's not going to be for at least until after this section. Toilets. That's where we all belong. Now I got some food in me. It's a little different to play this game now. Wait, what was that? Punch the button. I have to check something. I got past something. Wait, I got shadow play. Oh, it's a dead person. That makes sense. Naytiba's No Fear isn't the only thing they fear. Naytiba's No Fear. Isn't fear a result of consciousness of the self? Does that mean they're not alive? Where did the Naytibas come from? Why are they attacking humans? It seems as if they're carrying out orders engraved into their instincts. Oh, I just remembered an important detail about this game's plot, actually. I'm not gonna say it, of course, but I just remembered an important detail. Let's see, anything else around here? Doesn't look like it. I'm gonna go this way now. Nice. Can't do anything about that. You know, I think I should probably be careful how I title things, because I'm getting the sense that the main reason why people showed up was because of the way that I had it titled. I am not playing a modded version of this game, but I can see how people might infer it that way. No, it was more so just a statement of the fact that, yes, mods are going to be fucking ridiculous for this game. Not that I am playing a modded version of this game, though it seems like a lot of people showed up specifically for that. Well, no one said I was a professional or even perfect streamer. Codename Gygus has finally been sighted. Sharing coordinates now. For reference, Gygus is stronger than any Natiba we've encountered so far. Team Athena, get ready and head to the operation site. You know, this thing says it's supposed to not be wet when you use it, but I had to moisten this thing because I realized it loses its chill a little too quickly. Nice. It uses some type of form of, like, I think it's like liquid gel beads among other things to keep it, like, nice and cool. And I'm assuming the reason why you don't moisten is because, you know, like, it uses a combination of those types of beads among a few other things, I think. But I have to moisten it, right? Because the problem that I have with this thing is that it loses cool too fast, but plus, you know, even when it does, right, even when it does lose its chill at some point, because, you know, the cold water definitely keeps it nice and frozen for a longer duration, but I also, right, want to moisten it because that way it also has the you know, it has the thing of the extra benefit of keeping me cool by keeping me a little damp, which is when it melts, so that's even better.
Nice. Now use them on the panel.
All right. We got all of the keys. Let's get the hell out of here. Now, I know there's some things to pick up first. That's the next thing that I'm going to be focusing on here. Here we go. Oh, watch the bar. Oh. And now I gotta carefully guide my ass down. Because I'll have to make more trips if I don't do this correctly. There've been plenty of times I thought I got everything doing stuff like this, and I never do. If it was a Souls-like, actually, they would definitely make you do it a couple more times just to get everything. Sometimes the auto traversal kind of gets in the way of things. I mean, Random Rock soundtrack isn't bad at all. I'm glad that they added more soundtracks to the game. I was hoping that when they gave me a list of music, that means they were going to add more soundtracks to it. Make it easier to perfect parry. That might be useful. Make it easier to use blink and repulse. Make it easier for a perfect dodge. Yay, another gear socket. Your protection level increased by 1 and maximum. Ah, yes, there we go. Because I haven't worn the white version of it in a while, I'll switch over to the white version. You know, this music is a bop. It is surprisingly pretty good. There we go. Oh, it actually highlights the crane too, it looks like. Now, we won't be using the crane to progress though. Yeah, nice. No, ladies and gentlemen, we will not use the cranes to progress. What we will do instead is we will use the cranes I'm trying to remember, how do I do this? I think if I just set it up right.
Let's go to where you placed the structure.
Let's see. Ah, yeah, here we go. Oh. I missed my jump. There we go. Okay. Yo, dead. She's seen better days. I mean, technically they all have. Body core. Naitiba reaction detected. It is all planned. We'll lure them all into a single area. Plan failed, plan failed. Run. Yep, they fucked up, it looks like. Just drops me here. And some Bitcoins. My playthroughs of games do not get nearly as much attention as they should. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's... Okay, there we go. Well, if the people want reactions, they can definitely get them. Other than just giving my input, though. I don't know what other value I can possibly bring to the channel. Other than playing games. And I like to have fun playing games. Some people might even argue that commentary is usually, like, a must for certain types of things and situations when it comes to this sort of thing, but it's like, you know, there's a, like, it's one thing to fill a void with silence and stream yourself playing a game, it's another thing to have, like, a critique or a review on a game, because all those types of things are very subjective. You know, you'll very much attract an audience based off of your ability to best represent yourself and the things you're interested in. I mean, it's not like games journalism where, you know, you probably should have people who actually care about the things you're reviewing to review the things, right? Like, I wouldn't expect someone who likes strategy games to understand or like the feeling of playing through a action game. Or an action-focused game, or even, like, I can't expect them to play, or hell, someone who likes to play The Sims immediately playing Ninja Gaiden, right? There's... I think we need to be realistic about what kind of people we should be trusting the opinions of when it comes to reviewing games in particular. And for some reason, games media seems to have this...
Another piece of mankind's legacy lost.
I wasn't trying to do that. I forgot about that. Anyways, yeah, like I was trying to say, though, it's like... Exactly which is... How far is too far with this? Alright, let's try that. Anyways, like I was trying to say, though, like I've been trying to say, though, yeah, I think it's really about, especially in games journalism, at least for me, right? You want people who actually understand the product and the type of games that exist in the genre that it's from to be the one reviewing it, right? Because games are particular about the genre of people who appreciate them, right? Again, I don't expect someone who likes to play The Sims to understand and appreciate the level of combo depth and variety that is in Ninja Gaiden, and also understand why the game has to be hard as balls and why it has to be punishing as shit. Which, by the way, I like playing Ninja Gaiden games. I didn't like playing them when I was a kid, but I definitely appreciate them now. I also, like, I've beaten all of them. The third one was a kind of a piece of shit, because not because I thought the story, because, you know, the obvious criticism, right? It had nothing to do with the story, right? My personal beef with it had nothing to do with the story. It had nothing to do with the fact that the gameplay is a little too simplified, or that they got rid of certain items and among other things, right? I'm going back for a second just to take a look at something. It had nothing to do with those things. No, my criticism was, at the end of the game, and this might just have to do with the Sigma version that I played, but at the end of the game, you would not believe how much of a bitch it was to try to get through that on certain difficulties. Simply, I think I was playing on normal, and even on normal, right? You had to do a certain number of actions to be able to do the ultimate move that's going to bring down the big bad. And that got so irritating at one point, because I'm just sitting there trying to do this thing, and the enemies that throw at me are the most annoying shits under the sun. And not only that, but it doesn't build up nearly as much as it should. And you basically have to be throwing, you have to be slamming your skull against the wall, trying to constantly, constantly perfect, like, this one action on a horde of these little shits that come in real fast and do fast attack shits, attacking things. And maybe I was just playing it wrong, right? But it got so annoying, right? I literally lowered the difficulty just to get through the section. And I never had to do that in a game. Never. I've never had to do that in the game. Like, I may have done it once. Like, I shouldn't say that I have never done it. But, you know, like, I have... That is the first time in a long-ass while, at the very fucking least, that I had to do that. And so that has forever been, like, my biggest sort of knock to Ninja Gaiden 3. It had nothing to do with the story. They tried to experiment. It didn't work out as well as they would like it, and, you know, that's one thing, right? You know, like, I appreciate the fact that the developers were trying to experiment, were trying to do a little bit more than just, you know, redoing the same action set pieces, among other things, right? You know, just trying to give us the same action game concept with very little story or whatever in between. Like, I could understand, right? There are attempts to try to push the envelope for the series a little bit, as well as streamline certain other things. But that final boss fight was such a bitch. Such a bitch. I never want to do that boss fight again. Like, I wanted to, like, I would love to go back to play Ninja Gaiden 3. At some point, maybe every now and again, just to play the arena battles, the arena challenge battles, and that's it. Like, I will never replay that fucking game's campaign. Not because I hate the story. I mean, the story's kind of flat, I will say that, but it's like, I hate the goddamn final boss, and if I have to face the final boss again, that is gonna literally kill me. That was the most bullshit thing I've ever had to deal with. Everything got resetted. I figured as much. Well, if one thing can be broken, then this stands to reason that another thing can be broken. Yep. Otherwise, though, Ninja Gaiden as a series is pretty damn solid. Ninja Gaiden 1 was cool, and as the first in a... Okay. Sorry, that was my folks. I don't know why it did it twice, but that's interesting. Anyways, as you know, like, Ninja Gaiden 1 to me is like a very solid experience, right? It understands what it is, it does what it does, really goddamn well. And I would like to go back and replay that at some point, right? Ninja Gaiden 2, very much like more of what you enjoyed, but just faster paced, much more solid. It's far sleeker. You know, like, it feels better to play than the first one. You know, like, it very much sacrifices a lot of the story just for action, and you know what? That's entirely fine. Some people like that sort of thing, and I am one of those people. I don't mind it as so long as the gameplay quality and variety is there. And although it was lacking in one particular department, it's still a good game. 3 is definitely not is not perfect by Ninja Gaiden standards. It's certainly not that good. But I still liked it for what it had and for what it was. I still enjoyed parts of it. I still liked a lot of the things about it. I just did not care for the story, and I certainly, right, did not care for that final boss. I think I might have to lower it right around here for this to work. Yeah. You know, depending on what it is, right, I might have to go and take a look and see what it is. Let's see. Alright, so we got this outfit. What is it going to be? I'm trying to remember what this one is. Red Passion. No, I don't remember what that is. Not the fast travel. Alright, what do we got? Oh, this is the Red Passion. A new outfit? Why not? Yeah, sure, we'll equip it. There we go, something more visually appealing to look at, aesthetically. Well, I'll be right back real quick. Yeah, I have to go take a check on something. Just 1 second. I only want to leave once during a stream, but you know how it is. Anyways, I'll be right back. It's gonna be really quick. Oh, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. Ugh. Alrighty. Switch it up a little bit. In the meantime, right, I'm I unfortunately do have to eat something, so as much as I would just like to be right back again, you know, I'll just, I can't really not eat this, otherwise it'd just be a fucking waste, so I have to eat this. I thought they saw me make something for myself, but I guess they didn't, so now I have to deal... So now I have to eat this dinner now. In the meantime, we get to enjoy the soundtrack, you know? Let's get the full bang for our buck with the game, right? Let's get a good idea of the gameplay experience here. Well, the music experience, because there's a lot of music in this game, it looks like. Ugh. But, yeah. As far as action games, let's see, they announced Mudane, and they are also bringing back Persona 4. Do they really need to bring back Persona 4? Like, in all honesty? I still feel like Persona 4 is still kind of solid, but seeing it again in better graphics would be kind of nice, but when I was looking at it, right, it didn't seem like it was like a... It seemed like it was going to be a remaster, but it still looked like it was very much going to have... It wasn't going to change too much other than the way you control the camera and other things, right? Like, it was going to be very much like, instead of, like, being the camera fixed in certain locations and whatnot, you can move the camera. It's basically, it's looking like it's a Persona 3 level remaster. Well, more like, well, remake, but it looks more like a remaster, right? Like, you know what I mean? It just seems like it's a game that's aiming for more so like a visual overhaul than really much else. But maybe I'm just not seeing it. I'm also thinking about going back and re-looking and re-reacting, rewatching the that Pancreas video earlier. You know, because even though I was kind of going back and forth to see if it's like if the game was ready or not, right? Arguably, right? I feel like I wasn't giving the video a fair shake, right? Like, even though I was paying attention to it, and even though I definitely feel like, right, some things and details kind of, like, went in one ear and out the other, and whatnot, you know, like, even though I was paying attention most of the way through, and getting a good sense of what the factions were like, among other things, it's just gonna take more of a watching for me to comprehend it all. Right? I feel like, right, you know, I wasn't really giving the video its proper sort of due. So what I'm thinking of doing, right, is that I'm just going to re-react to it. And I'm just going to make that like its own separate video. I'm just going to literally just make it like a recording of me reacting to it. And then just post it for everyone to watch. Because, you know, like, not only do I not feel great about that, I was kind of sidetracking to and from, and I was kind of moving video feeds and other stuff, you know, away from the video itself, among other things, right? Just checking on the game every so often. Right? But, you know, like, as much as I feel bad for Pancreas in that sense, I also felt bad for, I also feel bad for the guy who recommended it, because, you know, like, I don't want to give off the impression like I wasn't liking it or I wasn't enjoying it. You know, like I thought it was good. I just was busy trying to make sure the game was ready in between watching and reacting to the video, among other things, right? So I think what I'll do is that I'll do a re-reaction for the video. And maybe I'll post my initial reaction to it as like its own thing. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think I should probably just post the re-reaction and that'd be it. You know, I haven't also considered if any of these songs are copyrighted, but hey, if they're at all copyrighted, well, I don't know what to say about that other than fuck whoever's gonna try and copyright strike this. Literally eat shit. It's weird to copyright video game soundtracks because at some point they're going to be heard, right? Like at some point you can't avoid not hearing the soundtrack because if it's in a game, right? And you're going to have streamers reacting, playing, and going through the game. I mean, can you really blame them for listening to the sound, to the song? As they're playing through the game, as as God intended, right? As the gods of the people who made the goddamn thing intended for the thing to be listened to. You know, far be it for us to question the true intelligence, sanctity, as well as the morality and ethics, the absolute etiquette of the idea that we should be listening to music while playing through a fucking video game. And bringing more eyeballs to the game by having us play through, not only having people like myself and other popular streamers, right, play through the game, but, you know, like, they're reacting to it, they're having a bait old time, you know, they have a lot of people watching them play through it, you know, like, and everyone's just having, everyone's just having a bait old time, and then suddenly, bam, stream cut. Why? Because the goddamn license distributor for the soundtrack was having a shit fit over it. It's like, go fuck yourself. You know, speaking of companies having shit fits, Nintendo seems to be... is probably seething at this point. Because I just remembered two things. Game Freak has moved on to make a new game. Game Freak has moved on to make an entirely new game, and it looks so fucking cool. Game Freak is the people who made Pokemon, if my memory serves right. As soon as I saw Game Freak, I'm like, wait, this is the Pokemon Company. That cannot be the Pokemon Company, right? And sure enough, I wasn't the only one who thought that. I was as soon as I saw the name and saw some, I think it was like I was watching Asmongold at that point. And when Asmon was reacting to the showcase, and he was just like, wait, isn't that the Pokemon Company? I was like, okay, it must be the Pokemon Company. If Asmon knows about it, then maybe it is. Because I feel like Asmon's more to know about these things than I am, half the time. But anyways, yeah, so Game Freak is moving on to making a new game. And there's this new game called Animo that's being made. That's basically like another Pokemon-like game. Like Palworld, right? But only it's more Sims-like. So, Nintendo must just be absolutely seething, right? They must be losing their collective marbles. their favorite Pocket Monster franchise is now becoming redundant, as not only are there more companies coming out making their own Pocket Monster games, or Pocket Monster-like games, but now, right, the studio that makes the damn things got so tired of making the goddamn things, they are literally moved on to make something else. I honestly just thought, right, that Game Freak was just a part of Nintendo. But no, apparently they are striking out to go do their own thing. And again, I could be misrepresenting this entirely, right? I could just be fucking wrong. But Game Freak, if memory serves right, is the fucking Pokemon company. Like, I can't... Hang on, I'll look it up right now. I have the ability to. I could just do it right here on my streaming laptop. Best known as the primary developer and co-owners of the Pokemon series of role-playing games. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, it's the same studio. That's fucking insane. Man. You think Nintendo's gonna try and sue them into oblivion as well? I hope Animo isn't gonna use Pokeballs or something resembling Pokeballs as a means to capture their Animo. That would just be too bad. That just would be terrible. Awful. Fucking just utterly inhuman. Just be profane. I don't know. I'm just saying shit now. I'm putting about as, let's be honest here, I'm putting as about much effort into coming up with stupid shit to say about the subject than Game Freak and Nintendo has put a level of effort into making Pokemon games in its entirety. Alright, I'm just gonna be for real right now. And the new Pokemon game that they're making looks interesting, but it still looks about as interesting to look at as its other entries. You know, in a lot of ways, right? I think it's about time, right, that Game Freak moved on to do something else. Because Pokemon is becoming one of those franchises, right, where it's getting creatively hard to reinvent the wheel several times. But not only that, right, but they're basically burning they're burning it to the ground. Sort of. They're kind of like they're consistently, right, developing it into the fucking dirt. Because they're adding too much content. They're oversaturating their franchise with game after game. It's become the Call of Duty of Nintendo. And I think I speak for most people when I say that we don't need more Pokemon. We don't need more Pokemon. And we certainly don't need, like, new ways to play the game, right? If anything, at this point, they could just make remasters of their old games, remakes of their old games. And that would be just enough. That would make them fucking gangbusters. But the idea that they need to constantly make new sequels, new titles, featuring new monsters, it's like, how much is too much, right? I just feel like we should just move on from Pokemon. And honestly, I think Nintendo, right, should allow other companies to essentially make other Pokemon-like franchises. Because I feel like, especially nowadays, Nintendo isn't in any position to be giving people shit. Because they've been actively making themselves look like a bunch of clowns for a good while now, right? Their approach to Nintendo Switch, their approach to reinventing old franchises such as like it, as well as just bringing back certain games like Smash Brothers and other things. You know, like Nintendo was doing pretty well during the Nintendo Switch days, and then the OLED is when they started to see a noticeable decline in, you know, public reception, because that's when they started to really fuck up their, you know, their reputation. I think it's when Satoru. I think it's when it was Satoru. I think I'm butchering his name, but it was basically when Iwata, essentially passed away, and the company had to be under new management, that things really started to take a downhill turn for Nintendo. I think it's Satoru Iwata. I don't remember. But yeah, I feel like that. Ever since Iwata's passing, right? That's when Nintendo really started to take a nosedive. That's when it started taking turns for the worse. Because I feel like a lot of the executive decision making is boneheaded, and especially with the Switch 2, that's just doing the most. You really do not need to make this thing. Like, it's one thing if it's like the console's $500, right? A $500 console isn't bad. In fact, it's actually pretty optimal given, you know, considering how expensive consoles were back in the day. Like, $500 isn't terrible. As, say, like, the price of the PlayStation 5 when it was first coming to the market, and then the scalpers were getting in, and then, you know, versions of it could be up to $700 to $800, and Xbox wasn't doing very much better either. But, you know. Again, Nintendo Switch, $500, not a bad asking price. Now, $80 games, that's pushing the envelope. Now you're really fucking with people. Now you're really fucking with people there. I think people were willing to stomach a $500 console with like $60 to $70 games on it. $60 to $70 first-party games, because Nintendo already has like first-party games still on Nintendo Switch. The new one, not the new one, the old one, where they're still around $60 to $40. They never really go down in asking price or have special offers going for them. I feel like, right, something's wrong going on with Nintendo. Because the more you think about it, the more I'm starting to think that there's some type of economic situation going on. Where they're making these decisions that seems stupid in hindsight, that seems stupid in retrospect, and even on paper. But they're doing it anyways. And then the more you think about it, the more you start to think there must be something weird going on here, right? Like, either Nintendo isn't doing its due diligence in making sure that it's able to produce and be able to adequately meet the supply and the manufacturing aspect of their business model, or there's just something that they're doing that's just flawed, right? If it isn't the executive decision-making, it's got to be something that's motivating it, right? And the only possible thing that I can think of is that maybe because most of, you know, our resources come from other Asian countries such as Thailand, Taiwan, China, and other places. You know, like, I would not be surprised if a lot of our resources in industry, our manufacturing, especially for Nintendo, it comes from, like, across the globe. And because of tariffs and other things, you know, that's becoming an issue. I don't know. Since the Nintendo Switch, though, I don't know. Oh. There we go. maybe it's just wishful thinking, right? That maybe there's another ulterior motivating factor behind it. Well, not, I wouldn't say it's ulterior, but certainly an existential problem. But otherwise, right, you know, like, I feel like especially after you got blowback for the announcement of your console and the pricing models of it, you would think that Nintendo, right, would kind of see the writing on the wall and just like, maybe we should consider lowering the prices of at least the games to at least $70. And they didn't seem to budge on this topic, right? At least not as far as I've seen or know. So Nintendo Switch 2 is going to release with $80 games with a $500 console. And depending on the games you're going to get with it, and since there's already like at least 3 or 4 planned to be exclusive to the damn thing, you're looking at a potential whopping $700 to $800 fucking like gaming experience there. That's ridiculous. As much as I would like to play and get Duskbloods, I'm not spending $80 on top of $500 to get it. The economy is just not... I mean, I'm already getting my car looked at. There's no fucking way that, regardless of how this turns out, right? If I decide to buy another fucking vehicle, right? I am going to want to at all consider the possibility of buying a $500 console with $80 fucking video games. You could just fuck right off with that shit. Anyways, I am done eating. Ugh. Again. Now I feel actually a lot better now. Because now I feel actually a little bit more full. I just had chili earlier, and now I had this actual, like... I had an actual meal, and so I'm kind of working on a lot more than I was bargaining for, but yeah, then I have a fuller stomach to work with now. But yeah, it's weird. I just don't like the way gaming is going, especially with the AAA front of things. Like, I think we could all agree on that fact, right? Like, Activision is shit. It's a shit company. It's always been a shit company. Ubisoft made themselves shit by releasing slop at every given turn, and then turning all of their other popular franchises into further more regurgitated dietary slop. And then, not even just regarding that fact, fucking, that's not even saying the shit that EA's doing, which is fuck all, right? Like, I haven't seen anything made by EA or what EA's planning to do in the slightest. Like, what is EA doing? What are they up to? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And the decisions that EA does make is head-scratching at best, baffling at worst, and no, not even baffling at worst, baffling in like a in a midpoint of just like, why would you do this? And then it's just retarded, and at the worst. It's like, why are we getting the sequel to Titanfall? Why?
Excellent. We're almost there. We'll find the Alpha as soon as we get through this place.
The failure of Titanfall was not Titanfall's, it was EA's. They released it at a really shitty fucking time. Everyone criticized the launch date as to be the primary factor as to why it failed. Why in God's name don't you make a sequel? I remember they gave a bullshit reason too. It's just like, oh, I think they said something like, oh, people wouldn't be interested in a sequel to this thing, or whatever the hell have you. I don't fucking know. It's like, what the fuck you mean? Have you seen the mech games being built around this time? Bitch, you could get onto the bandwagon with a sequel, Titanfall 3. What the hell is wrong with you? God, I hate EA. Like, I know Activision is like just scum. I know Activision is just pure scum. But when it comes to gaming practices, I hate EA with a passion. You know, I just remembered why I initially went back to go take a look at something. I was gonna go look at the other chest. I feel like I've backtracked enough as is, but if I could just remember to go back and check... Right? I don't think I can I fast travel back through over here? I don't think so. If I can't fast travel back, I'm not going to. No. Alright, so I'm not going to. But yeah, it's just, the decisions of AAA companies is bizarre to me. Like, if you want to talk about actually boneheaded, almost mental disability level decisions that infect your ability to make logical decisions, the AAA companies are the ones who are suffering the most of it, whatever the fuck it is. Because how the hell do you make certain decisions and then think to yourself, yeah, this seems like the right decision. This seems like the best possible course we could take with our franchises, our series, our companies, our IP. That makes perfect sense.
It's collapsing.
The only game companies that aren't suffering are indie companies. As proven by the fact that Clair Obscura is still a massive seller and has gotten accolades for its success. And then there's also, like, other indie games, popular indie game franchises that people still wait with bated breath. I mean, Silksong is becoming the new Half-Life, for fuck's sake. Silksong is becoming the new Half-Life, for fuck's sake. He asked if I believe in Mother's Fear. I said no. He said that it would be less painful if I believed in something. I answered in my head, the only person I believe in is you. I just hope today is not our last. Like, you gotta admit, right? This industry is fucking crazy. Like, you'd have to be a moron to sit there and think to yourself that the decisions and the things we're seeing so far are at all the best possible things that companies could be doing, because they're not. They're crappy decisions built and predicated off of crappy ethics and woefully terrible and inaccurate business practices, as well as practices, as well just business practices in general. Like, it's crazy. I miss the times when fun was a part of the equation, but apparently AAA forgot about that fact. I mean, hell, I miss playing Rainbow Six, but the only Rainbow Six Lite game we got right now is Ready or Not. And by the way, Ready or Not is fucking great, but it's like, I miss playing Rainbow Six. And I shouldn't have to go to another game that's like it to get that experience, right? But that's what this is ultimately boiled down to. You know, furthermore, we're getting other game companies. We're having other video game companies give us fucking other Ubisoft franchises that we should be getting from Ubisoft. Like, example, again, Mudane Two Hearts is basically just Splinter Cell. Is basically just Splinter Cell plus some other game. Like, maybe it's like a cross between Splinter Cell and Division. That's what somebody else told me it was like. And it's like, how are we getting this from another company that is not Ubisoft? Right? It's just, it baffles my mind. Earth has been destroyed by Nightibas. Any airborne squads that come to rescue us are no match for those monsters. She left us for decades and brings us those shabby soldiers? Mother Sphere's omnipotence is meaningless in this world. My memory won't live on. God, I miss good games. We're getting a lot of good games now, but I miss, you know, like, the franchises that I grew up with, right? Right? Because I'm a 90s gamer. I grew up with games that were pretty popular within that time period, and I want to see those games come back and succeed in some form and way. You know, because I have good memories of those games. We still also haven't gotten anything new about the situation with Mass Effect. Yeah, my complaints about this industry are vast. At least there are other games to fill that void, but still. It is just such a damn shame.
Let's take a short break here.
It looks like the network is completely disconnected. I tried reconnecting to it, but nothing works. My head feels so empty. Where is Mother Sphere? I can't feel her anymore. Mother, please save us.
That's the key. We'll use it to deactivate the security.
Got another Omnibolt. Speed increase. Ah, that's good. I want a speed increase, actually. Oh, this is Nier. This is a part of the Nier soundtrack. They did do a collab with Nier. I wasn't expecting to suddenly get Nier as soon as I walked in here. I know they have a Nier costume in here. I'm not sure where that is, though. I'm gonna get speed increase. She looks so robotic right now, it's not even funny. Actually, now that I think about it, this seems like a good time to try maybe exiting the game and going back into it. You know what, we'll just hard close. Anytime now. Alright, we'll just go ahead and... Oh, there we go. I heard Starfield might be good now, after several updates and with its DLC, but I don't believe that. Especially after the DLC released, I haven't heard anything really substantially of note with the game, with its new DLC expansion. Kind of a shame, but I have been hearing something about the game being better now, but I don't know anymore. Bethesda seems to be not doing... seems to be screwing the pooch every time I seem to be looking at them, so... I mean, except for the Oblivion remaster, that shit was great, but other than a few censorship changes that everyone's already heard of and acknowledged by this point, you know, it's, they're making some interesting decisions, at least. I remember, oh yeah, then there was also at the showcase, there was another thing about another space Uncharted-like game that basically looked like, it looked interesting, but it was, strangely enough, it was licensed by the European Union? Or at least it was licensed by the, what was it, the EIC or something like that? I don't even remember. It was basically like the European branch of their own sort of space exploration and spacefaring branch, which is weird. Boss challenge mode has been unlocked. Which that'll be fun. Anyways. Continue. Scanning is a useful navigation purpose tool. Yeah, it must have been because of the event thing that I turned on.
We have to open the valve to supply water.
I think it was? I don't even know anymore. Maybe it was just something about the way, like, when you start up the game, the eyes just look like that. I have no idea.
There isn't enough water. Hold on. You have to dive down to open a different valve.
I'll try starting it up on in my own time. I'm most likely going to be playing this sometime after I'm done streaming. Anyways. So I think we have to go down this way again. And then I'll try turning on the event thing again, seeing if it does the eye thing again, because maybe it was just like first time booting up the game type of issues. Maybe that's what it was. It was just you boot up the game for the first time, it starts glitching out. Some things just kind of, you know, don't work as intended. I've noticed that happens with games sometimes. Ow. God, this game feels so good to play. Do I have to go down? Yes, I do. Oh, alright. I don't think there's a safe way to get down, so I guess we're just bombing-nosing. I'm gonna try... maybe I'll try. I guess I'm gonna wear a different outfit, why not? You know, with the underwater section we're going through, I think that's putting unnecessary risk on for the channel. There's a Vic coin down here. I mean, this outfit doesn't exactly do it that much better of a service, but at least you can see that there's underwear. To be fair.
We found the key.
Sweet. Hey, look, a ladder. But yeah, even though I'm not playing this game on the highest of possible graphic settings, this still looks phenomenal. Open the floodgates.
That should be enough. You can get out by going back to where you started.
Okay. Good. I don't want to fuck with anything more. I don't feel like backtracking. At least not for streaming purposes. I kind of just want to keep things going. Wait a minute. Okay.
The exit's to the right. We're almost there.
Oh.
Finally outside. See that crater over there? That area is Alpha Naytiba territory.
What's a drop pod doing there?
It was abandoned a long time ago. Matter of fact, it's what made this crater.
Wait, that's a 5th Airborne Squad drop pod.
Let's take a closer look.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I was checking something. Okay.
Eve, it's pretty faint, but I'm picking up a distress signal coming from that drop pod.
That means...
There might still be survivors.
Really?
I can't say for sure, and the Alpha Nativa could appear at any moment. So let's make sure we're well prepared.
Okay. Oh, I can upgrade an Nexus by now. Do I want to upgrade chain type, or do I want to upgrade has a chance to restore HP for 5 seconds while guarding or parrying when 20% or less? You know what, I'll upgrade this one, not because I'm going to use it at all, but I think I'll upgrade it just in case I need to default to it if the boss battle does get hard. For whatever reason, right? No idea. Let's see now. It's just nice to have in case I need it. Let's see, what should I use for this fight? Not sure. I think I'm gonna go with... I guess I could just keep the outfit that I'm using, but... yeah, let's just keep it. A little too easy to constantly move to and from the outfit. Let's go. Oh my god.
Let's see what's here.
Wait. I hear something.
Eve, look up!
Woo. Nice back shot. Oh. I haven't fought this thing in a while. Oh. Oof. Oh, I tried to back away from that, but because of where I was. I feel like I wasted that beta skill earlier. Well, I won't waste it this time. There we go. Whoa. Well. Oh boy. Yeesh. I try to back away from that. Finish him. Let's do it. Guy gets defeated. I don't know about one of the endings for this game. There is an enemy that's going to make you retry several times, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to pull it off perfectly.
My goodness. I can't believe this.
This is the Alpha Naytiba. You can tell by looking at its core.
An Alpha Core. If she were... Eve.
Hmm?
There's something you need to know. The truth is...
Hello? Here! Can somebody rescue me?
A
Please?
human voice?
In the pod!
If you're there, please help!
What the?
And there's our third party member.
Were you the one who sent the rescue signal?
Huh? Yes. Yes, it was me. You're a member of the 7th Airborne Squad, right?
Yes. And you?
Right. Let me introduce myself. I'm an engineering support of the 5th Airborne Squad. Lily Artemis II. But you can just call me Lily.
So just to recap, you were in that hideout waiting for another squad to arrive for almost 2 years?
And then you met us.
Yes. Thank you so much for saving me. I've been waiting a long time for the next squad to come in.
Ugh.
It's been really lonely here.
I mean, I can imagine.
It's really lucky we were able to find you when we did.
Eve, you're from the Airborne Squad Assault Force, right?
Yes.
Then I can be your engineering support. Of course, I will need proper equipment first.
Equipment? Well, I did want to say something earlier.
What is it?
Actually, there's a city where other survivors, besides me, live.
What? Really?
It's called Zion, humanity's last city. If we go there, there might be people that can help us. I have a safe house with some equipment I bet you would want.
Then let's head there quickly!
Indeed.
Before that, I would like to ask you something. Currently, Zion is holding out under the guidance of Oracle, who is also our spiritual leader. It's complicated. Eve.
Isn't everything?
I imagine completing your mission isn't any easier having lost your comrades. So, please, help me save Zion. If you do, I promise Oracle and I will do everything we can to help you on your mission. It's about joining forces and helping each other, just like we did before. Sound good?
I have never hit the do not cooperate option when this pops up. I'm kind of curious what happens if I do, but, I'm going to hit it anyways.
Yes. Thanks to teamwork, I was able to get the Alpha Core.
Maybe we can get more information in the city, Eve. Think about
God, this game is so pretty.
Yes, I suppose there's no reason to say no. However, I want to decide after hearing the story from that person you're calling Orcal.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, I can definitely get behind that idea.
Well, I guess that settles that. All right then, let's head to Zion.
Yes!
Hold use item button to add your camp to save the game. Oh, did not know that.
Wow! Look at that! It's huge!
It's surprising to see a city in a place like this.
During its prime, over 100,000 people called it home. Obviously, now there are fewer. The place you see below is my safe house. The auxiliary engine's output is weak, so things can get bumpy. Hold on tight.
Wow! A whole city underneath the wasteland. It's amazing.
Even in the darkest times, it's always safe to bet on human survival instinct.
So, where do we go?
No time for breaks. Typical Eve.
How's that typical? What the fuck are those?
Orcal is in the presence chamber. Follow me.
Are these all outfits? What the hell is this? Oh, there's pre-order bonuses.
City deep and high.
Planet Diving Suit 6th version? Oh my god. We got a lot of shit, don't we? Oh. The Taki uniform. Oh my god. My brother in Christ, we just got a bunch of outfits. Lily's clothes unlocked. Adam's clothes unlocked. And now we can change the way they look. Wonderful. Crit bonus. Shield enhancement. Yep, there's the Stargazer outfit, alright. A pure white version. It's slightly different from her usual. This is literally just Taki's outfit. So Taki was the captain, given the sense that this outfit gives off in the design of it. You know, that kind of makes sense, actually. That's pretty apt. He was considered the best sword fighter back in Mother Sphere. I'm not sure what outfit to stick with right now. I'll just go with whatever. Smart mine. Anything new in skills? Yes, a crap ton of skills. Holy crap. Let's see. There we go. This is what I wanted. Quadruplet. Let's see. Temporarily deals more damage to shields when attacking enemies after using Shield Breaker. Shield Breaker deals additional damage to enemy shields. Increase the attack power of Shield Breaker. We'll do this one. Okay.
Are all those walls around the city supposed to protect it from their Tiba attacks?
The walls don't seem to be as reinforced as well as they should be.
And you could get lost on outfit design alone in this game. And we haven't even touched the earrings yet. And I don't think there's going to be glasses that I'll ever want to touch. Some women look good in glasses.
What is this place?
Eve does not strike me as one of them.
Reactive, they knew about this.
Most likely there will be a protocol to rescue everyone.
You know, we'll go and take a look at those real quick. This almost gives me... Oh. No. It doesn't actually, now I think about it. I mean, I could certainly try wearing some glasses at least. Just add some variety to the gameplay. No, we haven't actually... Oh. The frames on that one, holy crap. Whoa, what is up with the frame? Okay, there we go. The frame rate went all kinds of wonky for a second.
But the only way it'll be possible to contact the colony will be to finish the mission. I hope that day comes soon.
We'll be visiting that particular store a little bit more often than not.
Adam, why are the streets so empty? Is everyone hiding because of us?
We have a situation here.
A situation?
You'll see when you get to the presence chamber. Eve, here.
Nice.
Come on, we're almost there.
Oh, it's already active. Okay. Oh, I can't rest?
Hey, Rael. It's been a while.
Looks like you brought guests.
Very important guests. Can you open the door?
Go. Oracle is waiting for you.
See you soon, Rael.
Whoa, this place. This is where the memories are kept, right?
You've got a keen eye. That's right. The Presence Chamber is where memories are stored. The memories of those who couldn't make it back to Mother Sphere. Over here.
Lens flare.
Oh. I see we have guests. Welcome.
Let me start the introductions. This is Zion's prophet, Oracle.
I'm Airborne Squad member Eve.
My name's Lily. Pleased to meet you.
Adam has told me all about you. You defeated an Alpha Natiba. Could you show me anything it might have dropped?
Like the core? Can't you just say that?
Here.
Oh, it's an Alpha Core. Please, a moment. Your objective is to rid the world of the Elder Natiba, the leader of all other Natibas. Well, then I suppose you're trying to use the Alpha Core as a key to open the way forward to the nest. Is that right?
How did you know that?
Unfortunately, the nest cannot be opened with the Alpha Core alone.
What? No way!
But is there really no other way to reach the nest?
By fusing 4 Alpha Cores together, you create something called a Master Core. Only with the Master Core will you be able to reach the very deepest corner of the nest.
How do you know all this?
Thanks to my personal link to the facility on the surface, I can search anywhere and everywhere on Earth. All I require is the right amount of energy.
That would also mean you'd be able to track down the Alpha Natiba.
That's enough for introductions. Adam, please insert the hypercell.
Eve, here.
Yeah, fuck your books. You're hooked up to the internet. You don't need books. It's weird that he's just the sole being here in a giant, vast open space.
Hey, Lily, this way.
Oh, it's so dark. I really don't like the dark.
This is the hyperdrive, the source of all of Zion's energy. Eve, the hypercell you brought will bring light to Zion. Here, try putting the hypercell in here.
We'll just keep it for now. I gotta stop going back to the outfitter every 5 seconds. Can you blame me, though? Aesthetically, this game is pleasing as hell. The graphics are great. Character models are on par. Nothing is lacking in presentation.
Is this some kind of graveyard?
No. The people here are in a deep sleep due to energy depletion. Carrying on this way, that can only bring darkness. Eve, please help us. Thanks to the hypercell Eve acquired, they're safe. For the time being.
I'm glad I was able to do something of significance.
Do we need more hypercells if the citizens ever want to wake up?
Yes. We need 3 more hypercells if we ever want to fully rebuild Zion. Let's go back to Orcal and you can hear the rest of the story.
Outsiders, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you, the lives of tens of thousands of people have been extended. And my personal link is also stabilizing.
That's great news! Does that mean we can figure out the location of the Alpha Naytiba now?
All the Elder's energy is still being directed at maintaining the cradle.
Who are you?
I was just about to ask that same question.
A Sentinel commander. He also serves as Oracle's bodyguard.
My skills are still limited.
But Adam, don't we have to fight that guy as well? I saw that in the trailer.
However, with the power
My
of
lip
more
syncing is off a
hypercells,
little bit.
I'm certain I can track the location of the Alpha Naytiba. That's why I'll have to ask you for a little more help. Altus Lavor,
Oh, no problem.
a place out in the wasteland, a ruin of the past. Can we count on you to retrieve another hypercell from there?
No, absolutely not.
Eve, I'm sure it'll be of help.
No, it won't.
Yes.
Stop lying to me.
We have no other choice. Adam, Lily, I'll be counting on you.
It won't be easy. Make sure to be well prepared.
I've never actually fought that guy back in the PlayStation 5 version, so it's going to be interesting to actually do that here, if I actually get the opportunity to do so. My lip flapping is a little off. You know, the light is shining in my direction. I just don't know if maybe I need to angle it better, or maybe I just can't look down too much. Fine. I don't know. Maybe I'm too hyper fixated on it. Hey, it's a journal. Oh, it's doing it again. What's going on there? Oh.
Oh, I feel better now that we're outside.
Nice.
Things can get pretty intense in the presence chamber.
Yeah, that scary-looking guy wouldn't stop staring at me.
I know he doesn't look it, but he's
How can you
stronger than
tell?
you'd think.
His eyes are covered.
I have to finish the maintenance on the tetrapod before we leave. Ave. I ordered a propulsion control board from a parts store called Sister's Junk. Can you go pick up the order and meet me back at the safe house? Feel free to look around the city while you do.
Okay.
I'm going to borrow Adam's workshop for a bit. I want to tinker with the drone.
All right, let's all finish what we have to do and meet back at the tetrapod.
Citizen requests. There are people in this world who need Eve's help. Listen to their stories and complete their requests. And now we get to this point where we start exploring.
You're the angel. Oh, angel, please save us. Save us.
The way she's just kind of glued to the conversation.
Who are you? Oh my, you're the angel. The one that I've been hearing about. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you.
Oh, well, you don't have to be sorry.
Yes. Huh. Take care, Angel. I know it's not much.
Bye. Looks like there are many different types of people in Zion.
He is gonna be important later for questing. Not sure. I don't remember all that it gives. I'm pretty sure it gives you an outfit at some point. I don't remember how good the outfit was, but I remember he does give you one. You'll find that a lot of outfits are tailored to just exploring, doing side quests, among other things. Freedom Liberation Alliance flyer. Citizens, open your eyes. Zion is full of lies. Oracle is faking everything and threatening our freedom. That crazy old man is manipulating the Nightibas to terrorize us all. But we, as free citizens, shall never give in. Overthrow the false prophets. Overthrow the minions who call themselves Oracle's guards. Overthrow the sentinels who disregard the citizens' protection and merely maintain the system. Let's lead ourselves into a safer world. Zion Freedom Liberation Alliance. Representative Aaron. Jaeger? No, of course not. Oh, hi there. You know, I wasn't expecting that when I decided to jump into that dumpster. Alley behind Memory Square. This one? No. Memory Square? I don't remember where. I don't. That's a ironic twist of logic there, but yeah, no, I don't remember where that is. I don't know where that is either. Just this one. Okay. Nice. Got a lot of net elements out of that. Oh my god, it's the video game version of Sprite. Let us pray, brothers and sisters. May we find salvation. Mother Sphere said, it was the most beautiful thing, she said, and we all must cherish it. A long time has passed since the final war, and our only hope is her prophecy in this filth-ridden surface, crawling with blasphemous Nightibas. Our faith prevails. It will endure. It will stand. It will not go astray, for she does not lie. We will find our place in space soon. Pray, my good family. Peace be with all my brothers and sisters who come to visit. For more inquiries, find Francis in the bookshop. Oh. Hi, Adam. Wasn't expecting to find you just randomly. Memory Tower, a facility to commemorate the memories of those who have been lost. A week mourning has been declared to mark the tower's completion. All citizens must pay their respects. Maintenance Square has been completed, and there are plans to resume transit. The Memory Tower has become operational as a result of this maintenance. The Memory Tower prevents data corruption in memory sticks and can store memories semi-permanently, so that memory data will be transferred to the colony on the day of salvation. Prophet Oracle declared a week of mourning, stating, on such a blessed day, rather than rejoicing at the thought of returning to space, we must pay tribute to those who have gone before us. Yeah, there's something wrong with my tracking. If I just refresh my tracking. Okay, how about now? Nope, it doesn't seem to be doing any better. I don't want the light blasting in my eyes. It's not exactly the best kind of studio light, mind you. But we'll just have to deal, I guess. Where was I? On such a blessed day, though returning to space, we must pay tribute to those. Yes, Zion is a city built on the backs of many. We must remember the courage, devotion, and sacrifice of those who have departed before us. We look forward to your active participation in the week of mourning. Alright. I know some people use VF Bridger. I've never used it. I don't know if I should start using it. Oh man, we're finding all the colas. The way she just stops was a little stilted. Oh. Oh, he's got a new look to him. I don't like this look. We're gonna go and just switch his up a little bit. Alright, I think we gotten used to seeing her in her typical outfit. We'll go ahead and give her the Stargazer coat. Because why not? Gonna climb that. You know, I thought he said he had business elsewhere, but whatever.
Looking for sisters, John? Keep going down this road till you see the stairs on the right. Anyways, been a while since I've seen an angel. An angel in Zion. The prophecy will soon come true. An angel in Zion. The prophecy will soon come true.
How much you want to bet this guy's a developer? He looks a little too detailed and different from all the other NPCs to not be a developer. The map will be activated in designated areas. You can check your current location and surrounding terrain to locate the targets more easily.
Who are you? I haven't seen anyone like you around here. Hey, you seem like you're doing okay. Traveling around like that?
I guess.
I heard the angel came to Zion again. If you see her, let me know. I would like to meet her.
I mean, you're looking at her, but okay. It's a little weird. There's a lot of junk around here. Just kick trash about. Keep calm and trust us. Attention citizens, we have recently discovered that a certain organization is at large, which insults the Prophet's Oracle's reputation and spreads falsified rumors about the Sentinels. Please be informed that this organization's claims is not true. Citizens of Zion, do not be swayed by malicious instigators, and put your trust in us. We, the Sentinels, promise to protect Zion's peace with our lives. Sentinel Captain Man. Or Mun.
Forgive me. I was wrong. It is all my fault.
My guy, you are surrounded by teddy bears. He's gonna become important later as a quest giver, I can already tell you that. I mean, if it wasn't obvious. Okay. Oh, that's a nice design for a soda can, actually. Angel is a lie. Angels are rigged. Citizens of Zion, I came to know that these angels have databases that say that there's no such thing as Zion, that there are no survivors on the surface, and that colonies sail, and that the colony's sole purpose is the successful completion of the Eve Protocol. This is proof that those angels are rigged and were created by someone other than Mother Sphere. It is impossible that the messengers of the Mother Sphere are imperfect. They must have been sent by the heavens royalty. Be wary of these angels and do not allow their presence in Zion for the sake of this city. Oh, Mother Sphere, I pray to you, forgive my unholy transgression, Francis. A lot of bullshit politics going on. Okay, nothing in that. Crazy ramblings. The Cradle is operational, the safest of havens, developed through hard work and determination for the good of all citizens. According to the decree, the Sentinels will bring in the elderly and disabled first. I don't know if you guys really care if I read all this crap. I know some people might want to hear about lore, but...
It's the Angel. Don't bother me. Mind your own business. It's the Angel. Don't bother me.
Okay. Just hanging out, I guess. I like how everything has interactables and you can choose to sit down in places and you can just chill and just take in the scenery.
Halt. This is a restricted area. I haven't seen you around Zion before. Identify yourself.
Wait. I'm an airborne squad member from the colony.
Huh. So you're an angel. What brings you here? Looking for a tour?
I was curious about the song coming from inside.
I heard the Prophet gave you permission to enter the city, but that doesn't mean you can go around as you please. Of course, those who've lived in the comfort of the colony don't know anything.
I don't mean any harm. I apologize if I've caused you trouble.
Enya, you okay? There was a time when this bar used to be full of people. Now it's just so empty. Empty and dark. And Enya, same story. I wonder how long she can keep singing, with her body in the state it's in. I don't even know why I'm talking about this. It's pointless.
I'm trying to be sensitive, but if you need help, we might be able to fix her. After all, we do have engineering support from the airborne squad.
What? Is that so? But I have no way to repay you.
No, I don't need anything. I don't need any kind of incentive to save someone.
All right. In that case, Could you help me?
Interesting change of tone and tune.
Hey.
Do you think this is at all in any way a reference to Enya, the actual singer?
No, ignore me.
Sue, I have a question about Enya's condition.
What?
Shouldn't Zion's engineers be able to do something to help her?
They can't. I heard they're lacking in just about everything they need. Technology, funds, basic resources. Attempting anything is only going to make things harder for them.
Okay, I'll relay this to our engineer right away.
Where did this guy come from if he was around here? Was he just hobbled over the desk or something? Waypoint activated.
Angel, you're not allowed to use the Exile's Passage without permission. Even if it's you, I can't give you special treatment.
Okay, then. I mean, I don't know where the fuck I'm going. I'm just running around. Exploring. Alrighty. Funding announcement. Colony bound rocket. Alright. Step 1, looking for help. Have a dangerous plan to go to the solar tower in the Great Desert. Uncertain info. Barren sandstorms, endless threats of Nightibas can guarantee a safe return. Treasures and reputation as a scavenger obtainable upon success. Petty recruiting a team at the base camp of the Matrix entrance in the Great Desert. Do not have the code. Oh. Nothing. The Truth article. The Raphael Report. Secret internal Eidos company documents obtained by this paper and published for the first time. The plan to control the media. The Raphael Report, led by the CEO Raphael Marx. Are the journalists who kept quiet about the Eidos company on the list? Did they yield to the threats? Administrations from several different countries were involved. Revealed through testimony by several eyewitnesses, Panopticon to dominate the world economy after the new Cold War. The time of corporate liberalism is upon us. An exclusive report from our reporter, Quinn, only in The Truth. Iron. Dionysus. You know, I remember this being a fucking controversy. What was it again? There was like originally there was like a graffiti thing here that said hard, and then there was next to the R, which created like this whole sort of like scandal around the game. which is weird. Like, out of all the things you think people would find to complain about it, you know, outside of the usual suspects, which they did do that, admittedly. The hard R controversy was weird. Sometimes I use the term hard R to describe not necessarily the obvious implications of what that would describe, but, you know, when it comes to... I don't know how best to put that. Just the usual thing of, like, what happens to certain people. I know that it's also, when used in a different context, I usually use it as a reference to, like, the struggle snuggle. The proverbial struggle snuggle, you know? When that's what I usually call the hard R in my vocabulary, but some people use it as a reference to the N-word. You might even say it's the correct usage of it. I just have my own use of it, which is usually that, you know, because as it things pertain to me, you know, it's kind of it's a weird controversy. I don't think they were trying to say anything with it. It doesn't really make any sense in the context of this game either, especially from where it's placed. So I don't know why people even gave a shit. I don't even know why the developers even bothered to change it, to be honest, but... yeah, they did. 72 years have passed since Mother Sphere's declaration of a new humankind. As the last historian of Zion, I, Luther, will document and comment on the last 72 years of our history to let our descendants know how we lived with no home. My esteemed fellow citizens believe that the Mother Sphere is a god. However, just like all of us, Mother Sphere has the mind of a human. Though her cognitive ability and intelligence far supersede those of an ordinary human, it is utterly wrong to define her as a supernatural being. And what is Mother Sphere? It is knowledge and will incarnate. We serve the largest database in the history of mankind, and then will born, and the will born from the database. Okay, that's how that was said. The declaration of a new humankind is not some revelation. It is simply her concluding that we can be categorized as humans. That is the premise of this book. Weird.
Ah, Angel. Lovely to meet you.
You don't seem very likable.
All right. You're pretty sharp. I've heard it before. Folks often compare me to a snake. I'm Roxanne. Consider me a kind of info dealer.
You don't look very likable. That's a thing to say when you first meet somebody.
Yes. Practical things. Gossip, blackmail, fears, weaknesses. I dabble in a bit of everything. Oh, I do like this, Angel. You really are my favorite customer.
Alright, what do we have? That's a book. Plastic Hearts Volume 1. That's also a book. That's a book. That's a book. That's a book. That's a book. Or no, they're just information. Okay, whatever. No, it's just more lore. Yeah, that figures. No, I might as well get it all. It'll unlock more shit anyways. Affinity increase. New products added. There we go. You have become good friends with Roxanne.
Information is gold, silver, and jewels. Take a look around.
Let's see. Design pattern, planet, diving suit, second. I mean, you give me suits, I'm gonna buy the suits. Level 3 max.
For a cutie like you, I'm willing to go beyond my reach to get what you want.
Oh my god, what is this thing? Oh my god. Midsummer Alice. I saw this in some trailers, but that is crazy. Like a cocktail dress. Chinese dress. Oh, dear lord, what the hell is this? It's Summer Red. Man. I have a finite number of Bitcoin purchases. I mean... Of course, I'm gonna spend it all on outfits. New products added. Oh my god, there are more. Cyber? Funny? What am I looking... This shit is wild.
It's been fun, Angel. See you later.
All right. Stay safe, Roxanne.
Alright, let's check the notice board.
Retro. But I'll be able to see just what kind of information is passing through.
Requests. There is a bulletin board with requests in both Zion and the Wasteland. You can help citizens by completing the requests listed in the bulletin board, and you can get rewards, of course. Some of it pertain to costumes. Some of it. Like that one. Looking for my brother. Let's just accept them all, let's be honest.
Seems as though I'll have to investigate. This request sounds fun. So, why refuse to go to the cradle? The input unit is down by the elevator to the presence chamber. A cat exists on Earth. In Zion. Cradle? It's through the presence chamber, right?
Okay. Camera. Press and hold to use the camera, take a selfie, try different poses and angles to find the best shot for you. Photo challenge. Capture an image of the target shown in your databank using your camera. Enter the selfie mode, then keep the object with your screen for a certain amount of time to complete the challenge. All required photos and visit the bulletin board to collect your reward. I have to take selfies now. I've officially become... we are now playing a woman. We are fully playing a woman now. My lord. Attack power when low HP. Is this gonna happen right now? No, it's not. Okay. There's a funny thing that happens here. It's a weird cutscene sequence. But it's not gonna happen yet, it looks like. Alright, I think we've investigated this town enough. The Machinetta Americano. That is a name and a half. Not seeing any items. Nope.
Angel. I can't believe the Angel is here.
Are you the owner of the shop?
That's right. At least for now.
Adam sent me to pick up the new propulsion control board he ordered. I'm here. Is it ready?
Uh-huh. It's ready. I even have a spare one, too.
Good to know. Let's see. How much is that going to cost?
Oh, no. You can just take this.
I, heard you come to help us. Of course, I'll do what I can to help you as well.
Really? Then I'll accept it. Thank you. In return, is there something else I can maybe help you with?
Huh? Oh, no.
It's just that you looked like you had something weighing on your mind.
Did I now? I guess I can't hide anything from you, Angel.
Do you want to give me the full story?
All right. One day, I was out working in the scrap plains of the wasteland when I ran into some Naytibas. I had to ditch my bike and my trunk during the escape. The bike got caught between hunks of metal. I had to leave it behind, or I wouldn't have made it out alive.
A bike? Can you give me the exact location? I do have to go out to the wasteland. I'll go ahead and find out.
Oh, thank you very much.
Another side quest. Alright.
Sisters Jun... Oh, Angel! I didn't know it was you.
Didn't mean to catch you off guard.
No, it's okay. What brings you here?
To peruse, mostly. You can become friends with merchants if you use their shops, buy stuff and increase your infinity, and it unlocks new things, basically. Ah, yes, retry after death. I could definitely use some stuff like that. Oh, I need Bitcoins, damn it. Let's see. I don't need to buy too much. Do I need anything specific right now? I guess I can get some mines. Oh, we got earrings. We've become good friends with Kaya.
You're always welcome to come visit if you feel like talking.
Maybe you're heading out?
Yes. I'll stop by if I have the chance.
Thank you so much. I hope to see you again.
Alright. I'm gonna think of it. Do I have to talk to her again for that side quest?
The southwest of the scrap.
Thank you so much for your help.
I hope I'm not asking for too much.
We all need help at some point.
Are you leaving now? Goodbye.
Farewell, Kaya.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I need. Still not open yet? Just run into walls, yes. I don't think that's how that guitar is supposed to sit, but we'll just accept that. It's weird that there's no one behind this counter. Nobody else? Okay. Uh-huh. Nothing down here. All right. Scavenger Land's first note on the E protocol. I accidentally encountered a dying angel during my treasure hunt in the wasteland. Though her claim was mostly preposterous, I believe it's worth documenting. The E protocol, the Mother Sphere planned to exterminate all Naytibas and take back Earth. I couldn't help myself but to ask, are you out of your damn mind? She briefly told me of the plan. Who in the world would think sending only a few airborne squad members to do the job is a solid plan? We all know of the cursed colony extinction. If Mother Sphere wants Naytibas out of the picture, dropping a few chunks from the moon will do the trick. You think she won't do it? Because we'll all die as well. Really? She abandoned us and left us here like a bag of scraps decades ago. Now she's being merciful all of a sudden. I mean, to be fair, there's nothing about the game that's straightforward. And there's certainly nothing about all the sort of supposed forces and motivating factors and players involved that make a whole lot of sense. It's only until you get further in the game that it all starts to click. Assuming that's like an oolong tea, given how it's advertised. Leap. Okay, Adam, we got that stupid thing you wanted.
Oh, Eve! Come take a look. Come.
A drone?
Stretch your arm out in front of you. Go on.
It's a gun now.
The drone is different.
Yes, this is no longer the drone you knew. It's an all-new, upgraded Drone 2.0 that can launch long-range projectiles. No, this is more than just an upgrade. It's an evolution! Now try hitting the target.
All right.
Now. Great! Now, focus. Right on target again. Now, focus.
There we go.
That's amazing, Lily.
Colony Tech at your service. What do you think?
Damn kid. Tinkering with my drone.
It'll be very useful for the mission. Thanks, Lily.
Great. Let me know if you ever run out of ammunition.
Why, are you gonna give us upgrades for that too? You can hold L2 to activate range mode, and then fire using the range mode. Knocking enemies off balance or successfully using the repulse skill will expose their weakness. Ranged attacks deal greater damage when hitting an enemy's weakness. Additional types of ammo can also be used by upgrading the drone at the repair console. Yeah, it does have different ammo variants, which is kind of nice. Alright.
I want to go to the wasteland too. Or do you think I'd just get in the way?
Probably.
Lily, I have to ask you something. I found someone who's been injured very badly. She's too weak to speak, and there's no chance of her moving. The technology here won't do. Do you think you might be able to help somehow?
Well, yes. But do you really think this is a good time?
The people here, they have negative feelings towards the colony. Many of them think they were abandoned. I want them to see that our mission isn't just for the sake of appearances. Our mission is to save mankind.
Ah, yep. Typical Eve. I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee a complete recovery. Also, there's a lot I'll need to prepare.
I understand. Just tell me what you need.
I'll send over the list. And please try not to spend too much time on this. After all, we still have a mission to complete.
I know. Thank you.
Oh, Lily, we have nothing but time. Okay. Ammo package restores current ammunition to maximum capacity. Oh wow, they just give me the ability to just buy a bunch of rounds automatically. Okay. All right.
I want to go to the wasteland. Eve, it looks like...
Right.
I'm not sure about all the rest, but I believe that finding the mind map copy here on Earth will...
Well, okay. I wonder...
It's vanilla artificial intelligence data that has not gone through machine learning. It can be implanted into an individual with severe AI damage, just like our patient, and used as a boot disk. We're going to have to investigate where it might...
All right. I'll keep that in mind.
I want to go to the waste...
Repair
Just
console.
track down the materials, then you can leave the rest...
New features. You can enhance the drone here. Nice. Drone upgrades. We already got a few. Charge blast rail. Oh. Let's see. Holding right trigger after selecting the blaster cell in range mode to charge out energy and release to fire the charge blast. Upgrades will allow you to charge until 3. Charge level and beam duration increases with... Oh, a hacking tool. Yes, please, God. Scanner upgrade. Duration of scan by 50%. Why not? 20% higher attack power. Stinger missiles. Slugs might be nice. I think we're good. Alright. Actually, hang on. I do need to see if there's... because I did just get a bunch of fucking outfits. Oh boy. Well, I have enough materials to unlock at least a few of them. Oh boy, which ones to get? Well, let's see. I remember in PS5, the Orca was my favorite. Let's not equip that right now. Just wait a second. Midsummer. I mean, why not? No, that's it. Alright. Sweet. This is a outfit. This is certainly a outfit you can get. All right. This one's by far my favorite one from the PlayStation 5 version. All right. Nice.
I brought back what you asked for. Here.
Great work, Eve. How was your walk around the city?
Oh, it's something.
It looked a little sad. So much empty space. Anyway, let's go to the wasteland, Adam.
Well, there are still some issues with the tetrapod steering system. So I'm afraid we're not able to leave just yet.
Then when will you be ready?
Unfortunately, it's going to take longer than a day.
Then I'll go ahead on foot. You can use the drone to guide me.
What? The wasteland is a lot bigger than you think.
I can't just sit here and wait. In fact, I want to see the wasteland with my own eyes.
You're one of a kind, Eve. All right, I'll guide you with the drone.
Eve, please be careful.
Yes, thank you.
The wasteland is that way.
Eve, there's something I didn't tell you. It's
What is it this time?
The drone got an upgrade. Come over here. I want to go to the wasteland too.
I mean, I already upgraded the drone. To be fair. Alright, off we go. Oh boy, we got an hour of the stream left. Might as well get something in before I end up getting off this entirely. New waypoint. Make traversing around so much simpler now. Who are you?
Angel, you'll need useful information in order to operate outside of Zion. Did you know that there is an information dealer in the city? I think it'll be worth it for you to meet that person, despite their character.
Ugh, you don't say. Travel to the dealer now? Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, but then I'll just fast travel all the way back here, since there's a fast travel point. Alright.
Roxanne. Of course. What brings such a cute angel fluttering on by today?
I'd appreciate it if you stopped talking like that.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, is there something specific that I'm here for? Doesn't seem like it.
Oh,
that's a weird thing to say.
I guess jokes aren't really your forte.
I kind of missed that one.
A bulletin board? All right then.
I mean, we already saw this.
Looks like there's a lot. All right.
Alright. Now, if we can stop with the bullshit, let's get straight into the goddamn game. Back to the goddamn shit. Let's get back to the gameplay. Oh, hello. Great.
You must be the angel.
No, I'm not.
Sorry, but can you spare a moment?
No, I can't.
What's going on?
I normally wouldn't get a stranger involved in Sentinel's business, but
You're absolutely right about that.
about my comrades, and I can't afford to send a search party.
What happened?
As you know, Naytibas are unpredictable creatures. Finding a new variant is not even a big deal, as long as we can handle it.
Oh, I know what this is going to lead to.
The variant recently appeared in the Wasteland, so we've been keeping an eye on it. But one of my scout teams has not returned to Zion yet.
A new variant, you say?
Yes, a formidable monster. Its entire neck and shoulders had evolved into a weapon. I'll send you the coordinates. There's an abandoned oil storage facility in a remote corner of the Wasteland. The scout team was guarding the area.
So, you want me to find those sentinels?
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty. At least that one will lead to something a little bit more interesting. Oh, I can just go straight over here too. Nice. Isn't it weird that even in the sci-fi futuristic dystopia that this is based in, people still use payphones? That's a weird detail. I get it's for fast travel purposes, but normally, you know, it's a phone. Who are you contacting for fast travel?
Level sands stretch far away.
This is the largest land I've ever seen in my life.
And yet danger lurks around every corner. Watch your step. If you trip, you might find yourself caught in the arms of death.
You don't say.
I've entered the scanned coordinates of Altus Lavoir. Let's go.
Hey, where you going? Many angels have been spotted from the colony. What is their purpose? Fanaticism and distrust are not permitted, as Ion must stand firm and keep a close watch. According to the Sentinels, angels from the colony have descended and have been spotted around Zion. They have been conducting multiple operations over the years, but this is the first time they have been active in proximity of Zion. Let's see. Angels are supposedly superhuman warriors who alone can do the work of many, but their past battle records are unknown. Some believe that they go through a cycle of tactical success and strategic failures. Prophet Oracle requested they be treated irrationally, saying, Zion was not chosen for the colony, but we need to put aside our old grudges and walk alongside them as fellow humans. While some extremists argue that angels may be hostile, or that they may be the embodiments of Mother Sphere, we must display a civic awareness and inspire the spirits of the community. Alright.
The camp doesn't have power.
Huh? Let's see. It looks like a good amount of the camp's energy is being supplied by nearby areas. I think there's an issue with the supply network.
What can we do about it?
This is gonna be tricky.
I don't remember this.
Outside of Zion, there's a solar tower that supports energy links to nearby facilities. It seems like there might be a problem with the tower. We're going to have to go and check.
But we can't activate the camps, that's right. That's right, every area has a solar tower, now I think about it. Whoa, there's the sprint. It's a sprint. Got him. Ow. Barren land. Take a hard, long look. This land has no hope. All that's left is pain and death. Earth's finished. Let's go ahead and get to that solar tower then. Guys, what the fuck is this? I have never seen this thing before. Okay. Bye. What the hell?
Typical Volt. Always getting into trouble. Now what? Hmm? And who might your guest be?
This must have been something that they added later, because I do not know anything about this.
My name is Scarlet.
I'm Eve? That's an interesting text box.
Eve? How odd. That name feels so familiar. But enough of that. It's a rare thing indeed to meet a fellow sword fighter in this day and age. I'm delighted.
This music is very familiar. Is she a character from Nikke?
Curious how I could tell? It's that thing in your hair. The pin. You can't fool me. That's a sword. I've never seen a sword double as a hairpin. That's quite unique.
Yeah, you're not the only one who's commented on that, too.
Actually, might I ask something of you? A favor. It's trivial, really, from one sword fighter to another.
What, you want to fight? One sword fighter to another, huh? Alright, I'll help.
Phew. Thank you. It's only right I offer you something in return. Volt should have a number of items he can part with. I'll see that he passes them on to you as a little sign of appreciation. Hmm? Interesting. This is...
Guys, I want you to know that if she is from Nikke, I have not played Nikke long enough to actually know all the characters from it. And there's way too many fucking characters. Let's be honest.
Allow me to explain what happened.
Oh god, this definitely feels like Nikke. What the fuck? A weapon given by Scarlet and Volt. It's your first time seeing it. But it feels familiar somehow. So much so that you don't even need to learn how to use it. Militaria. Yeah, this is fucking Nikke. Okay. Oh, she's got requests for us, is it? I was certain I got on the elevator, but when I opened my eyes, I found myself stuck upside down, and when it looked like a junkyard, can you imagine how I felt? I'm Mademoiselle. It's the first time I've been upside down like that since. My memory's a bit fuzzy. Has that really happened before? Never mind, forget it. I said anything. I was merely thinking out loud. Anyway, as I said out loud... Yeah, okay. We'll just do it. I'm not gonna read all of this word soup. Should I help? Should you?
I can't just let this pass. This request sounds fun. I think I know where. It seems as though I'll have to investigate.
God. So we got a new weapon called Militaria? Is that what I just saw? I'm not seeing it. Where would it be? Usable items? It's a camera. I'm not seeing it in here. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta check this out, actually. Let me see, her missions are down here, right? Retrieve the rabid doll from the drone, from the drone, from the drone. Where's the nearest one? Oh, it's just another scan. Where is the map function? There we go. Let's see. We'll go to that one. It's closer. And I'm curious about this now. It's still further down. Down this way a little further. The dog's here. Am I supposed to shoot it? That's what I assumed that getting the gun was supposed to be for. Find your best shots and edit them all you want in photo mode. Oh my god, it really is. It's just fucking Nikke. That is crazy. It is just Nikke right now. That is crazy. Oh, I gotta move. This is great. It's just Nikke. It's so this is so funny. This is so funny. No, that was the wrong one. I want to use the other one. Oh well. I was gonna use the other one that I didn't use. Oh well. And they have the fucking music. I love the store music from Nikke. Back when I was playing it, I would just leave it on that screen alone just to hear that music. It was such a bop. Returns a client? Yeah, sure, why not? And it also makes it quicker just to get back.
Follow the breeze, follow the clouds, and always trust thy heart. This desolation, there is beauty in it. Wouldn't you say?
Sure. I'm not sure how to feel about playing Nikke in a fucking game that has nothing to do with Nikke. Oh my god, they actually brought the shop music for this. They brought Dorothy's hairstyle into the game. This is Dorothy's hairstyle, right? It looks so much... Oh, there's Rappy's uniform too. Oh god, there is so much going on here. Guys, this game is crazy. This game is crazy. I can use the bone wrenches to unlock an outfit, though. Okay, so what outfit should I use? What outfit should I procure from this? That would be great to use in this setting. Then again, does it have to make sense knowing what this is? I don't know. I like Rappy's design better. He's just got the best looking design. I'll go for it. Yes. Why does this fit so well? You know what? I have to. I have to. Just get the full set. I have to get the full set. I'd be crazy not to. Oh, but I can't actually wear the hairstyle because I have yet to unlock the hairdresser yet. Motherfucker. This outfit still is still crazy. It's still great, even without the hairstyle. I wouldn't even wear it without the hairstyle, to be honest. It's gonna make those shooting sections feel even funnier. Monsters are nasty. I never know exactly what's gonna stun them and what won't. I'm never sure if I should just stop attacking or if I should keep attacking. SP experience gain. Oh, interesting. Down here would be for an objective. We've all... Ow. Ow. There's a mission objective for this place at one point, but I don't know if I have it going right at the moment. I mean, I guess I could go through my mission list, but I'd rather just get to the base, the solar tower first. Where is... which button was it? Which one was the map button? I'm not finding the map button. Okay. Just gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, there it is. If I had just looked up, I would have noticed. God, cover shooting sections. That's gonna be so funny to go through all of that. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Sir, I'm gonna need you to die. Okay. What do we got here? Citizens 212's memory. Mary, do you know why you're so special? Because you don't give up. I failed, but you can succeed. Promise me you'll live and make it to Zion. Thank you, Mary. You know, I didn't think I would ever want to see them bring Nikke into this game. Like, if you had asked me before, it's just like, you think Shift Up should do the absolute most and just, like, have a weird sort of, like, other game inserts, product placement thing into another game of theirs? And if you had asked me something like that, right? If you asked me if there would be a collaboration between one product to another product, I would probably say, that seems a little much, right? They actually added gameplay and outfits to the goddamn thing. So you know what? I'm not exactly going to complain. I actually enjoyed this a little bit. A death fit for a scavenger. I knew this day would come. I promised I'd quit being a scavenger after this one final job. I guess I can't keep that promise anymore. Like, if you had asked me this prior, I would have said, that seems a little much, right? But no, they actually added, like, gameplay segments referencing the game into this. So I can't say that I am at all disappointed. It's actually great. Oh my god, let me heal. He looks deader than Elvis. Marsha, it's Mom. Mom's here. You were scared, weren't you? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Come, I'll take you home. What's in here? Nano elements. A lot of butt stabbing.
Not yet. How's the Alpha Core?
Nothing out of the ordinary. However, I discovered something interesting during my experiments.
Like?
It's a secret for now. You'll be the first person I have with us.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
Alright. Mind map copy. Found another one.
The only living things that I can see on Aetibas.
You sound disappointed. It was a catastrophe that mankind brought upon itself.
Yeah. Yipper, it certainly was. Oh, hi there. Look, a small camp. It's not a big camp, but it should do. Right? No. You think I could still use the chair, but... If I'm not careful, I'm gonna run out of drinks before I can actually get this thing done. You're not a coward, don't talk about yourself like that. If you say that one more time, I'll kick your ass. It all must have been people who got murdered. Don't blame yourself, you don't become a scavenger overnight. Stamina, infiltration, survival, ecology, terrain, tactics, and much more. There's a lot of scavenger needs to know to survive out there. Watch and learn. You know, I almost want to keep going, right? But I do have to end the stream at some point. Nothing here. A lot of tires. That's about it. Nice. Okay. What's this? It's probably not going to be operatable, right? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Can I operate this now? Or what was this for? Must be for this. I hope the artists who made these outfits are getting royalties for all this shit. I need a double jump. I thought I would get a double jump after I saved Lily, but no, I did not. Okay, I am getting hit from all ends. Die. Which way is he going? Oh, too late for the sneak attack now. Ow. What's this? Restart the solar tower. That's completely crazy. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait. Huh? Do I have to find all the computers? Looks like it. Activated one system, I gotta activate another system. There we go. It's gotta be one more. Another tower nearby, maybe? One right here. I know I saw a terminal up there. Yeah. To get up there, I need a double jump, which I don't have. If I just get the right elevation, maybe. There we go. Nice. Okay. What's in here? It was all just open this thing. Of course, it was a soda drink.
Lily? What is this thing? It looks so strange. The solar tower.
I don't know what that conversation was going to, but...
I see a drone over there. Maybe it can tell us what the problem is.
Maybe.
Hello. I'm Service 001. Standard service drone. Requesting administrator assistance. An error occurred in Solar Tower Orca A091078CQ. Reboot sequence status failed. Cover device malfunction. Requesting administrator assistance. The error cannot be resolved with the current service drone functionality. Stopping power supply to nearby facilities. Update, supply camp status inactive. Administrator confirmation required.
Hang on, I can't figure out what you're trying to say. Are you saying that the solar tower cover is damaged?
I am sorry. Service drone. Language capabilities limited. Cover device requires confirmation from administrator. Resolve error as soon as possible.
Okay. I can't give up. If I give up now, my comrades sacrifice, they'll all mean nothing if I can just get to the solar tower. Whoa, the sprint is a little unyielding when it gets into the super sprint function. Alright. Platforming challenge unlocked. Let's do it. Get this shit out of the way. It's time to Assassin's Creed this crap. This is quite the angle. Oh, nice. Nice. Now we have a quick way down. What's this? Items, I'm sure. Yep. Camouflage type exospine. Oh, okay. Well, obviously I can't just get that, right? I have to jump across.
Wait a minute. That looks like the service drone is stuck in the debris. I think it was trying to request the rescue of that drone.
What was the terminal for then? Boom.
Thank you, Administrator. Thank you. System maintenance may now resume.
Good. At least the drone is intact.
System is now all clear. Reboot successful.
All right.
Did that solve the problem? I'll have to check it out.
I just saw something I don't like. All right.
Solar Tower reboot sequence completed. Power returned to facility. Status operational.
Nice.
Many thanks to the Administrator. You are the best Administrator. Administrator of the Month.
Do you even know what the Administrator of the Month means?
Administrator of the Month is Administrator of the Month.
No, it doesn't.
Controller tower status normal. Resuming maintenance tasks.
Great. Now we should be able to use the camp again.
Those things, or, well, the drones. Do you know how long they've been protecting this tower?
I couldn't say, but I'm sure they'll continue to protect it up until the energy runs out.
The reboot is complete. Okay. There's a camp over here. I know that for a fact. Sweet. Increase melee attack by 17.5 for 10 seconds upon successful execution. Nice, okay. Let's see, recover some beta energy when hit with shield breaker. Attack power, shield breaker. Also stuns the hit enemy, additionally increases the attack power of the triplet. Damages the balance of the enemy hits with the quadruplet, increases the I can't wait to get rid of that. Okay, increase attack power of the quadruplet. I mean, that's going to be useful in future fights. I'm going to get that. Okay. Alright, now with that, I unfortunately do have to get going. So, this has been an enjoyable experience so far. I'm gonna definitely cut this into parts, and I'm gonna go ahead and do a re-reaction of that Pancreas video. But other than that, I have something important to deal with right now. I am looking at a potential problem right now. I hate flies in my room. But otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna open up some windows too. After I get rid of a few things and then get rid of this fly. And I'm just gonna relax. But otherwise, this has been a pretty fun experience so far. This game has added a lot of new content that I've never experienced before. Granted, I only played it on its initial release date, and I came back to it like a few times when it was releasing some of its some content to the game. But yeah, now that it's out on PC and it's brought all of its PlayStation 5 content onto the PC version, I can't wait to re-experience this game with a lot of new content that I've never got to play before, ever since I stopped playing on the PlayStation 5. So yeah. But otherwise, I'm just gonna go ahead and just cut it there. I am gonna get going. I hope to see you all in the next video. And if you want to see another, like, you want to continue to see me play through this game, by all means, like the video. You know, among other things, just leave comments, leave likes, you know, let me know what you guys want to see in the future. I mean, honestly, right, I would imagine that if you like the video, you would want to see more of the thing. I feel, because I've had, I usually would have like this thing where it was just like, you know, like sometimes I would ask a question before I was just doing streaming, where it was just like, wait, why am I telling you guys this? It doesn't matter. Why am I talking about this crap? Anyways, yeah, so, yeah, leave a like, leave a comment if you feel, and otherwise I shall see you all in the next one. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and put this back in the freezer. Bye-bye.